What did you do, Jason?
For the people who missed the beginning of the stream, everyone in my group is stupid.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
What
the hell? I'm being attacked for fucking nothing.
It's true, David's right. We're all equally bad.
It's not just... You have 2 brains and a machine brain. You should be keeping these people in check.
I can't know because I literally don't look at his fucking animal companion because there's nothing about it. And if I look at her sheet, it's something from forever and a day ago, and she's like, "Yeah, it looks fine, I guess, huh?"
Yeah.
It's from level 6, so it looked fine, fucking months ago. I'm sure.
A year.
I'm sure it was perfectly representative of him like a year ago.
Isn't that still my trip build?
Probably. You're a
Zweihander.
You are a Zweihander Sentinel.
Kieran, you're supposed to poke every session saying you're doing that wrong. You don't have that on your sheet.
By the way, I just added the Griffin's sheet to my thing.
Okay.
Now, if the lashes are ever attacked by something that isn't like a level 3 human, we can go check what will happen.
What I'm hearing is the level 3 halflings are free to kill.
If they're below a certain size, they're no longer people. Sorry.
A very unfortunate fact of my job is that my job is very close to a soccer stadium. And what that means is today there was a big game. So beyond there being a bunch of traffic, there was also the point that when I got to my work, that was just a couple hours before the game, I had to spend 30 minutes trying to park my fucking car.
I mean, Joe, do you want to know 2 bad things?
I mean, I was going to just finish by saying that what this means is that now, tomorrow, beyond going to vote, I also have to get to my work 20 minutes earlier. So I'm just losing time. I hate this.
Yeah.
What are you going to say, Pedro?
So 2 things make the course. Once, it wasn't an important game. It was 2. Because they both, depending on the result, would change who would win. Second, you say it was close to work. The game was at 6. We entered work at 3:30. So people were 2 hours and a half early for the game.
That's the most Portugal.
People are insane.
Have you not seen
Brazilian correction I've ever heard? First off, Joe, you're wrong. There were actually 2 important games.
I mean, it is, because it means there's double the amount of people fucking over to the stadiums.
Yeah. Also, I mean, haven't you heard of tailgating? Or wait, is that a thing in Brazil? Do you guys tailgate?
I don't know. I'm not from Brazil.
Sorry. Is that a thing where you're from? is that a thing where you're from in South USA?
Tall in Portugal.
Okay. Fully describe tailgating to me.
Yes, I also don't know exactly what it means.
You hang around before the game, just shooting the shit and grilling and everything.
Being
in
a
the
nuisance.
lot.
Being a nuisance right outside of the stadium.
I mean, depends. If it's
right outside.
If the grilling part, no. At max, there's just people with probably alcohol. Alcohol.
Alcohol
the
is
grilling.
If tailgating.
Yeah, I mean, if the grilling part is normally done in any fucking bar establishment.
I say grilling. It's called tailgating over here because the people come up with their pickup trucks and lower the tailgate, and that's where all the shit happens.
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't go to that extreme.
Yeah, outside the back of a truck.
Yeah, that's why it's called tailgating.
Ours is more like the literal thing of people getting together around. If there's a bar by the stadium, that's where most people are.
Well, I say this, but for example, today I saw a little work van that was completely painted green and spray painted white. A lot of shit. And the thing is, the ceiling of it was taken off, and the doors were no longer there. And there were 2 people in the front seats, and on the back, where normally cargo goes, there were about 15 people with no door holding them.
Wow, I've never heard of a Brazilian Jeep before. That's sure what it sounds like.
So, where's the unusual thing at? Like, you just told me a perfectly normal vehicle that I might see around here. Where's the unusual part?
Normal.
No, he's in the part of Philly that's fucking insane, which is all of it.
Jason, the
Here's
unusual
the thing: they
part was
weren't
everybody
driving a
was
car; they
legal
were
over
driving
there.
an hazard. Like I'm pretty sure if the cops see him, the first thing they think is like, okay, we shouldn't stop them, because then they go from a ticket to I need to call the ambulance because there's 9 people on the floor bleeding.
Yeah, it goes from a ticket to a pile up.
Over here, a cop might actually be in the back of one of those.
I was gonna say, I know
I mean,
Hispanic people absolutely do the equivalent of tailgating, where they just get a bunch of cars, make a circle, and like play loud music, beer. But
I mean,
don't
the
know if
people
you do
here
it-
just
Go on.
we don't do the thing where like they pick a bunch of. They do the thing where they all are in the same spot together and they start making a circle and doing exactly that. It's just that the cars are parked a bit further away.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if they do it
A
for
bit
soccer
further
games.
away.
They do, sure they do. The thing is, because there's a bunch of like little cafe things that sell both coffee and alcohol. What kind of ends up happening is instead of selling coffee that day, they just sell beers and start grilling things inside. Like anyone that's a friend of the person, like because football is such a universal thing here, anyone that's a friend of the owner of that coffee shop kind of goes there and they like fucking drink beer, eat meat kind of thing.
Okay.
That
and
So,
to be
like,
fair,
it's
even if
some
they
slight
some
differences.
confusion in the bar, at the end of the day, the owner got a lot more than they probably broke, so it's like still a profit.
But
Now,
that's not
okay.
how that normally works. But yeah,
Hey Joe, do you want us to start the game so we can do your dialogue thing? Then cut to Kieran's incredibly boring thing of me talking to myself for 40 minutes.
Oh yeah, you never told me recipes with fire immunity
You never asked.
or iris.
Are we actually doing that fight, or was that just like a joke we were talking about? Because I'm fine either way. I just want to know.
Our fight?
Yeah, is that actually a thing we're doing, or is that just like something we were fucking around about?
I mean, I'm down, but I'm pretty sure probably should reduce it to a few rolls because I was thinking about it. It's like, wait, you have miss chance, high C, even if until one of us goes down, even with our rules, it's probably like in real life us spending an hour rolling.
Yeah, you guys were talking about setting up like a set of rules and never continued. So I didn't know what you guys
I thought
wanted.
we were just going for. I thought we were just going down the bloody and calling it a day.
Yes, it's more
Well,
that even us getting bloody in real life rolling may take a while, just because of
Well, the point of what I was going to say
Missing.
then is if that's all of your rules, all it would come down to is you guys agreeing how far apart you guys start, since Jason has 40 feet of Trish Armstrong. And other than that, you guys have the ability to completely control the outcome because you can roll dice in front of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it'll take. It honestly won't take that long.
Yeah.
I don't think.
So
Either
if
you,
wanna-
yeah,
if
either you
what
get
I'm-
straight through. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you guys can say that it happens and the outcome what you want, or you can roll between yourselves because there's no need for me to actually dictate what happens there.
We want to leave it down to like 3 rolls, so it's a best of 3.
Are you talking about like whoever has the highest percentage of health left? So like rather than being because straight numbers that's me, but if we go
I was going to
percentage,
say just actual luck in pure d20s.
pure luck, I'm cool with that.
Okay, then let's each roll 3 d20s
Well,
and see who wins.
you lose.
You want to go first? Want me to go first?
I'll go first.
Are you even doing that? Oh, you're just
You
going
probably
here.
won.
All right, yeah, Jason wins. No need to fucking care about this.
I'm doing
No.
this. Like, have you seen my rolls occasionally? So
You
let's just
can
find
go
out.
lower.
I didn't, but almost.
Yeah, that's the thing. Barely.
Hide.
Given that they both end with 4, I'm just gonna say like what happens here is you guys get in the arena, fucking Thredo is just like, oh geez, I don't know if I should have agreed to this. You start strangling the fuck out of Sam, and as he starts going as he kind of like punches you in the cheek, you start doing the same to him, and Thredo's like, this is a shit show, and it just cuts to you guys being like, that was a good fight, and everyone just the groans of the crowd being like, what the fuck was that? Alright.
You know that's not what happened.
What the fuck?
Why
was
did-
that?
why did the Guildmaster from Dreamers came here?
Oh, hold on.
Dro is the guy that ran Smithsum. This
Since
is a guildmaster.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. It's the two dwarves. I always get confused.
Yeah, racist. I named this fucking arena
Yeah.
guy Throdo like fucking 45 sessions ago, Joe.
I did not remember that.
That's fine.
since
That
so go ahead.
It was just a
Go ahead.
fucking name drop for Steven to go, ooh! And he did.
Wow.
yeah, it worked.
Alright.
Lose his mind.
Now, to get this thing out of the way real fast for, you people, Joe did like a 100 concert thing at some point, so while the party is getting the message to like gather the your witnesses so that they can do the big reveal because you live in an anime world and they've got to act like this is a TV show.
Sure.
You guys have trouble leaving the clan hall because it is swarmed with elves. There's like a fucking 7-foot tall red elf. You know Rem. You've seen Rem. She's just like ah, right
I'm
outside.
there.
Rem, aren't you supposed to be in the dungeon? What
I like
the
that.
hell?
Zell, Pat hears Rem, and Zell's just like, big lady, I'm there. Just a
No,
little weird.
that's
thought you were
not what I
supposed to be
mean.
in
I
the
mean, it's
dungeon.
like I'm there because I'm also an elf.
Oh, you listening
My
to
God,
Joseph
he's right.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Zell walks out of the clan hall. It's like, hey, make some room, make some room. Turns around. Zell, have my baby!
Yeah.
Maestro,
I
have my child.
Now, this is the really because I just imagine since you said Ram at the first, is that thing like with crowd surfing? But since Ram is there first, is she throws me back and there's just a hole in the wall
No, you're not crowd
where I was
surfing.
supposed to.
You can't get out of the clan hall. They're fucking surrounded.
No, I understand. I
Right.
just imagined like the crowd surfing thing, and Ram just shucks me straight back, and there's just a fucking hole in the wall where I'm in.
It's gonna be that thing where it's like you jump into the crowd and Rem's gonna catch you. He's like, I got him, and runs off.
Fortunately, guys, I have a solution for this.
So
Because I
I
have
assume you
Eldritch
walk back
Magic.
inside the clan hall first off, right?
Yeah.
No,
First off, I come back.
Cast a
I go back
spell
in.
that makes Zell look like Maestro because he's mean.
Now, the funny thing is, technically, as a wizard, I do not have access to the plane shift spell, but I do have the Eldritch Magic limit break, and that is the 6th level Eldritch Magic spell.
Wow.
So I can get out of here.
As you're thinking about how you could get out of here, you hear a man besides you. He is this tall Caucasian fellow with like flaming red hair, and he's just like, yes, I suppose that would work.
You know,
Um,
it sounds
okay.
right.
I do
Yeah.
not want to get this wrong. Lord Apollo?
Yeah. He goes, yes, although I prefer Phobos. And I see you've been enjoying yourself down here. I even hear people, as he like puts his hand to his chest softly, I even hear people saying that your music is greater than the gods. And I do find such comments humorous. But it still causes one to think, why is one of the summons spending so much time playing music when they should be dealing with chaos? Perhaps we should spend less time playing music and focus more on fighting. And don't get me wrong. I, of all people, understand how music can move one's soul. But I am not the one that decided to stop channeling magic through my music. And you there, as he points to Noel. I understand the appeal of going to a city full of beautiful women and getting involved with all of them at the same time. But Eris is furious with you. If not for my involvement, you would have your little trinket there destroyed, if not something else. Don't do it again, and nice. Now, as he turns back to you, he goes, I've spent too much time down here giving you this helpful advice, and I can see some gods up there who need my help keeping the dark gods from dropping a planet on this little haven you call a city. Now, I am just your little guardian angel, aren't I? Ta-ta, and he's gone.
I can't get out of our house.
Why would Eris be mad at that?
Because Steven went and fucked all the fairy women.
All of the fairy women.
Wouldn't it
Well,
be?
By the way, when I can, my
Wouldn't
character
it be
will teleport us.
Titania and Oberon who would be mad about that?
I mean, you're assuming they're alive.
It was a mistake to give Noel the trinket, got it.
Yeah. It was a mistake to let Noel go into the fairyland unsupervised with 47
It was
charisma
it
and
was a
showing himself
mistake.
as a
Like
fairy.
Noel decided, hey, I'll handle this part of the fucking thing, and it's like, oh, okay. He comes back having fucked every fairy and not gone further.
Now,
Something tells me.
All right,
told-
so
I
I got
told
distracted.
I told Steven his bit there, since he wasn't going to be here today, and he was just like, why is she mad at me? They were consenting. And I'm like, I don't know, it's a fucking species full of only females, and you show up as a male, maybe something's going on.
Wait,
Well-
since when are fairies only female?
You gotta
In
start paying
this world,
attention,
since the
Pat.
beginning. This has
It's like
actually been a
forever
topic
in
we've
this-
talked with you around.
Yeah,
So I'm
it's
about
one
to
line
be
like
back.
you
I'm
look
going
at
to.
every.
Alright, so you
I'll be right
plane
back.
shift the party out, right, Joe? Just so they can do some stuff
Yeah,
while you're gone?
yeah. You guys
Alright.
can continue. I'm going to see.
Alright, so you guys are now in the land of plains. Zell's just like, oh shit. He starts running to get there with the rest of the party. So, what's your plan?
To meet
Joe
up
has-
with the guys.
Yeah, Joe has had his official warning for playing music at near god levels.
They're bitch made. Can't believe it.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Stop doing so well.
I mean, Steven went around and propagated with a bunch of 6-inch tall women. I mean, what did he do wrong besides everything?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, depending on the perspective, a lot. Even on the best perspective, something.
They're flowers.
something
He didn't
wrong.
do shit.
He pollinated them.
He's
Yeah,
just
there's also that
he's
one.
just a little bee.
So what are you guys doing in the land plains? Let's try and do better than yesterday.
So are we not meeting up with the detectives?
I believe so, right?
Because I
They're
believe
calling us
you said
out.
that they said something about getting them all together. Actually, understand. It was to get all the detectives together, or all the.
They wanted us to
Suspects
get
together.
all of the suspects together, but I don't know if that's us. If we're here first to meet with the detectives, so they say that, or if it's just through whatever they have contacted us saying that, and now we won't have to get these people together.
I mean, if you want to talk to the detective first, you can do that, but they did tell you to get the witnesses.
Okay, well, if
The
that's what they
suspects.
said, then that's fine. I mean, that's what we'll do then. We'll focus on them.
Oh yeah, so
I
surely
need to look up.
I remember. Oh yeah, I remember because a plan I
Almost
suggested
on.
was to have Maestro not play this well, but still, either play or at least not pretend. Pretend to be holding a meeting, like to fund something, and trying to get the businessmen into it, aka the nobles, because they want money.
Mm.
This way we could have them all together. I just realized now the words we want to make a reverse Shark Tank.
Well, we want to gather the people together. I'm trying to figure out which one would be best to really, start with. It seems like Cabochon would probably be the most difficult one to get anywhere else, so it's just going to be, trying to
But
get them
not
over to him.
Thornfield? Oh, I see what you're saying. To say, Thornfield, I feel like, would be the most difficult, but okay.
Well, it depends. They're not going to want to go out to the fucking, the random, forest or whatever that Thornfield presides over.
Yeah, that is kind of... Hey, person of noble importance, and, probably has dealt with assassinations before, could you show up in this unmarked forest over there?
Yeah. Well, it's not unmarked. It's run by your conspirator, which they
Yeah.
should know. But nevertheless, it's just along the lines they're never going to the fucking forest. So it'd probably be easier to just pick one of them that's generally Cabochon seems like he ain't leaving. He's I don't know, fucking dwarves are hermetically sealed to their homes, pretty much.
Yeah,
I mean,
unless you're 6'10", in which case you get lost.
Yeah.
I guess here's the first thing: do you actually think that by being knows all that happened, that they are money driven enough to break those normal, not restrictions, but I guess habits.
So
I
nobles,
mean, one of them is.
Nobles tend to not need money, but
One of them is in his
for
level of debt that he
they're
could.
differently driven.
I mean, one of them is in such a level of debt that if he paid off his debts, he would be able to like fund a literal country for a while.
Well, okay, barring those people.
So that one's very easy to bring. We literally just need to tell us, and just need to tell him that if he comes, he may have the chance to get money, because we're preparing some sort of business, and we need just, a
You mean
nobleman's
lie?
word.
Okay.
Just place one gold
I
coin
mean-
after the other that leads up to the room, and we picks up the last one and close the door on him.
I feel like you would honestly have the easiest chance getting like Greenhill because he is largely based around agricultural shit. You can actually talk to him about his expertise and potentially get him over to where we need him. We don't necessarily have to leverage the fact that he's in so much debt so as to be like ungodly poor.
I mean, is he normal agriculture or a magical one? As in magical food, or both, I guess.
Greenhill's.
You're the only one in magical food agriculture.
I mean,
That's why.
Greenhill family has long been known for their agricultural expertise and community leadership. Like it's not specific because when I gathered information about these people, they were it was largely just to be like, these are the names of the people. So we could also set other people on them. It's not like I've gotten
Fair.
more information since then, and the time in which I got this information was 10 months ago.
Fair, but yes,
Welcome, Joe.
I can probably still beat one or the
Yeah.
other. I can still convince him just by showing him how well I can farm,
I just
how well
figured,
I move my
yeah.
hoe around.
Well, we don't need to
You won't
necessarily
get
have
anything
it.
done hoeing like that.
It's along the lines of if you just like it would be more so a point of conversation, like
I never said you stuff that I know you
show
haven't
him,
because mostly
I suppose,
stuff that I know I haven't reached.
the words are fucking escaping me.
Don't worry, it
Like,
happens to me all the time.
the process, I guess, like how you're cultivating shit. I'm sure he would be at least somewhat interested, because obviously, like, not everyone's gonna be able to like do the stupid shit we can do with like the
Three different
difference in
divine
time.
powers giving me the ability to do this.
Yeah, the point is not everyone's going to be able to do that, but it is still something of worth because like we can't mention that this place is starting to have agricultural problems because that's already knowing too much, but we can
Not-
be like,
Not quite.
you can share secrets.
It's not quite, because when I went here for something else, they were complaining that we were having problems planting the crops.
Well, yeah, but the point is we're not trying to focus on the thing that's actually the problem. We're trying to get them together because if we show them that we know things, then that's a problem.
That's fair, yeah.
So we're focused more so on trying to get these people in one place. And to do that, you can interest him with the thing that you are very good at, and that his people are generally somewhat renowned for having some sort of interest in. And if such a thing fails, then I suppose you could fall back on the, hey, you're like pornographically poor, right? Like, it's an absolute joke how like in debt you are. Yeah?
This
You
is
can lean on that.
this is a funny way to say it.
Hey,
Half-
baby,
a
you're
halfling
fairy
walks
and
up.
you're fairy and poor.
A halfling walks up to you.
Yes, hello.
Don't.
I heard porn.
God damn it.
This is like literally one of the lines that I have gotten for him. Like, when I say pornographically poor, it is not at any level a joke.
Halfling
see.
will walk off since there's nothing to be found here but a bunch of sausages.
Bigot.
Like,
What is the challenge?
It's the case that rather than focus on that,
Hold
focusing on agriculture might be an easier way to pull him.
Hold on, did Pat just call the halfling a bigot?
We could have free time.
He's a smaller at best.
Yeah.
But no, random heroes it's like
That straight up goes bigger.
Wait, 2 million gold, you could make Kidney 2 factories with that debt.
we don't.
Try reading that again,
It could be a very simple.
Yeah.
Honestly, we
wait,
could just
wait,
write
wait,
these
wait.
people like letters because this
I like
is
that
also
Hold
partly.
on. That was so funny to me. That Pedro said the wrong thing. I said, read it again. I hear him coughing as he realizes the actual value.
What, did
Okay.
you read 22 million wrong?
Yeah, he
First,
read,
I only, because
he
I only
read
looked,
2
I just thought 2
million.
million.
And then I said, read that
Uh-huh.
again, and he went.
Like, how do you get to this level of debt?
Okay, I have a
He keeps
question.
borrowing and people keep giving him money.
Yeah, that's my question. Who the fuck keeps giving him money? Like,
Pedro.
I understand.
Pedro.
I understand it says a
hold
bunch
on.
of different people, but
Pedro, hold on. Let me explain this so that Pedro can understand. You lend somebody $20. You're rich, all right? Now they pay you back $25 because interest and everything. Then later they go, "Hey, can you lend me $30? You know I'm good for it," and you do because he gave you $5 back, and you repeat that in an endless cycle until eventually he runs out of friends.
And then he moves on to other people that are less, perhaps, reputable.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Bromley.
we need to get the 5
Earl
noblemen
Bromley
together.
Greenhill.
Joe, if you don't recognize the name, it's because the party had hired off essentially hirelings to do the mission for you.
No, I remember the.
And also the last time half of these people came up in conversation, like in any written, regularly fucking accessible thing, was literally 10 months ago.
Which is why, everybody, it's important to take notes. Carry on.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm looking at the notes that are right here. I think it would just be very simple if we... Because a lot of this is based on the fact that they're getting taxed and they don't feel that that's right. We could just, present ourselves, I suppose, as sympathizers. Like, we don't necessarily have to... this could be, something along the lines of we send them letters at separate points, so it's not like, the 4 people that are doing dissension right now all got loaders at the same exact time,
I promise.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be a good idea, as to get them all together. That might be a good idea.
I mean, it won't work for at least 1, maybe 2 of them.
Fair.
I mean,
yeah, no, fair, but still,
we need
I
to
guess-
make them. Sorry, go ahead.
It might be better to, ask for a meeting from them, and then try, and invite the others. As hey, I'm here, I'm coming here to this meeting, and I was told to bring you along, and yada yada yada.
Avatron, I know you're a busy guy, but what if we hold the meeting at your house?
Yeah, that's the thing. If there's any excuse that we can't, one of them that we can't invite, we just make the meeting in their territory.
Yeah, I guess we could send probing letters out to them, we wish to meet about... I don't remember the exact name of, the fucking clause that was signed in, but, the changes in article in the Plan of Plans.
Yeah, I
And then if they...
that's not important.
Yeah.
You just tell me the tax thing. Whatever.
Yeah, the tax thing that they're mad about or whatever.
Yes, want to speak with you about the tax.
We would like to speak with
I
you.
imagine literally writing the tax thing would have to be the case if you're sending Thornfield a letter. He gives a shit what numbers are.
Yeah, of course. The tax thing. That the... That's probably
I think,
just what it's been referred to him.
I think probably the point is to make these personalized letters to each of them to appeal to like with the information we got from the detectives, to basically appeal to their own reasons to do this. And while
Well,
all
yeah.
of them is the text thing, we can pull on different reasons for all of them. And our detectives have that information.
There's
Like-
even a point. If we want to actually use truth in this, just tell some of them that I also do fucking have a vendetta against Luz. We can bond over that.
I mean, yeah, it's along the lines that one of them's pissed off just because, like, he's super far away and more so, like, in the Empire, but he's now being taxed for something that he basically has no stake in. So he's probably just like, yeah, sure, whatever, a plan to fuck with people that are making me, or taking my money away, fuck it. So that could be simple by just, like, I guess, sympathizing with his plight, in air quotes.
What were you saying there, Jason? Are you talking to us, or are you just... Hello?
I think
he
he's
must-
dead.
Maybe he was talking to
trying
someone.
us. Yeah, okay, go on.
Like the only other person.
Let's see.
The thing is, the only other person you could give that should whisk and you know who it is.
I guess we could, like,
No.
we could probably treat Cavachon like, because he's like all eccentric about like safety and shit, right? We could be like, we've heard about the the fucking play into his fucking insanity and be like, yeah, no, we've heard about these absurd breaches in like security and shit, like this gross misuse of
You know how absurd these security breaches are? We're in here talking to you about them now.
Exactly. We're able to speak with you because of this absolute gross miscalculation on the part of Malus.
Yeah,
all
so
all
basically,
you do is detour across the wall.
Yeah.
So basically, it's a bunch of letters stroking their egos and shitting on Malus.
Effectively. Just to
Oh,
try and get them all into the same place.
The plan to have Cedro take over is that I remember there was a step for the voting that's after this happens, correct? Not before.
No, it's not. Okay. So, as David said, the voting, while very cool, very fun, not how actually that works. And we just need to convince Norman.
Right, I thought we were still going to do that part, or was that before that information
No,
was
no,
told?
we're still doing that part. It's the point that it doesn't matter.
Yes. No, yeah, the reason why I was asking, because if that was something we can do before the problem starts, it could also help in the sense of them seeing us as, you know, on the good side, because we're trying to take over to take down the person they also want to take down.
Yeah. Last
So
time I
trying
also
to play into
kept
the
on.
idea of the mutual interests.
Yeah, I did also try to talk to Sudro last time, but we got distracted with other things. Every time I tried. So I didn't get to ask him if he wants to be a mayor yet.
I doubt it. Especially since he got recently kicked out of his fucking sheriff position.
I mean, we'll see.
Maybe
It-
that's
it-
why
we'll-
he'll be looking for it.
We'll see how the robot feels.
Well, apparently Jason had a PC problem.
So that's the injustice I heard from his side.
Okay.
But okay,
I
so
guess-
sending letters with different topics, personalized to each one to convince them to basically meet up somewhere.
I guess if I want it written down, like the letters are
So what? And I guess for the place we're going, we probably need to send the place on the first letter, or do you think we can do that on the second one after seeing the first set of reactions?
I think it would be along the lines of we choose. I guess it would be choosing which one we think best we could meet with. I feel like Cavachon would be the easiest one to swing. So it would be like I would, in our letter to Cavachon, it would be like I would appreciate if we could speak further on this. If you have a place in which we could meet, I have other like-minded individuals or something of that sort. Like, and then
Depending
send
on what our
letters
letters,
like,
depending on what our letters say, they may also talk about them between themselves, depending on what topics we touch.
Yeah.
So that may also help.
I don't mind if you talk. I don't mind if you talk.
I guess yeah, just
Your reaction.
a feign ignorance of their plot,
I can use my top
go
one.
all in on their egos, and that will probably work.
Yes. And then supposedly by them being together, the detectives will supposedly solve the case from what they told you, and then we can just apprehend them.
Usual Mondays on JRPG.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I still have questions about the detective's plan. Like, what is it?
well, they want to fucking do a end of episode reveal.
No,
And
no,
another thing.
yeah, I firmly understand.
I mean, we can speak with them if we want to
And
clarify some questions.
Scrivenseer didn't tell them no.
I mean,
because he said he was going to do this, I've written a script already, so fucking live with your choices.
No, we will again. I
Well,
fully understand. It's just my issue is like, and we're doing this. Why? It's like because the reveal. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm up for some spectacle, but you must understand that we're going to have to kick all of their asses for this.
that's fine.
I mean, that's fine. We can probably take one each.
Also,
we are more
don't
than
act
them.
like you didn't just put on a fucking show that's like infinitely more spectacle. Like,
And got you in trouble with the gods because they. I look up. I shouldn't finish this sentence.
it's just along the lines
Oh.
like, you just did the same thing, bro. Why are you getting mad at
Um,
them?
Well, to be, Apollo just sent veiled threats. Probably real next time. I'll just play worse next time, I guess.
Yeah, that
Bro,
is
isn't
annoying. I
that
would
what
like
it-
to taste all my. I would like to taste my current food, but it just gets stolen every time.
Joe's gonna go through his Kanye arc.
I mean,
It won't work. People
he's
don't know
not.
what Hitler is.
He's not gonna stop playing music.
Hail Chaos.
Yeah, I guess that works.
It's the thing, like, for more that Maestro has embraced wizardry because that's what's more useful to the party. Like, he is a musician. So it's pretty fucked up. What? If he's like, yeah, you stopped channeling magic through my music. I'm like, yeah, because music doesn't channel magic very well.
It's a good thing you didn't say that to a follow.
Guild
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I still wonder if I go to the middle of a crowd and I cook, if a god is still going to show up and take it, or if they won't show up in front of a bunch of people.
Probably shouldn't do it now that you've said that.
Yeah, but I really want to taste that pie. It smells good.
I mean, maybe they won't sell it if you have a reason to make the food. But when the test is, let's see if people float from smelling pie, I think God's like, I think I can take this one.
You mean?
I mean, the plan was still to eat it at the end. But I guess. I hope they don't steal when
course
if I make magic food, because those ones are going to use expensive materials, and I don't want that.
Well, to be fair, they seem to be a little bit more cool with things that help us kill chaos.
Expedition for degree.
Yeah, that's fair.
Apollo did a really good job, not only convincing Steven to let Noel keep Nocti, but they were like, but he doesn't need his cock to stop chaos, and Apollo's like, well, you don't know that.
Don't die.
You might.
That's an
There's some bosses I know.
You can get annoyed at Apollo, but he is helping you off scene.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I said he only veiled me, threatened me. He didn't do anything to me. And
He's
by
being
God's
a real bro by giving you the warning up at front.
I mean, according to lore, that's a lot more than people usually get with the Romans and Greek gods.
again,
Apollo's one of the chiller Greek gods, but fortunately you're not dealing with the chillest one, which will randomly turn into animals and fuck people. Maybe why Loki took him out immediately.
Yeah, he was selling his job.
to be
Yeah,
fair, you
because
said
Loki was like, "That's my job."
to be fair, you said the chillest one, and I'm like, I don't think we've been making wine for that one show up yet.
I was gonna say you'd have
Yo,
gotten
it's
one of
me,
the
Bacchus,
Bacchus. I heard you were having a party.
I mean, Bach was probably at the concert.
I was gonna say, Pat, the problem with Logi and Zeus wasn't that Zeus was stealing his shtick. Logi was just like, wait, you're turning into male animals and having sex with women? Freak. If you want to know
Yeah.
some...
You're supposed to turn into female animals and then get fucked.
You're supposed to
birth.
have the baby. How
I'm
dare you
generally-
impregnate mortals?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure one day someone's gonna watch this thing, and as Pat explains the joke more, like, he's genuinely helpful, because nobody knows about shit like Slipnir.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
it's even more
very-
fucked up because Odin rides Sleipnir sometimes.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's
In the
just
battle?
it's just his little nephew friend.
Yeah. I do think it's very funny because there is a model
Before
that I was
Loki's
reading.
adopted.
There's this
Also,
manhwa I
Loki's-
was fucking.
Also, no, just to correct Pedro here, the fucking Marvel Cinematic Universe is not canon to actual mythology. In the
I know, but I isn't. But I do
Norse
believe
in
Loki
Norse
is.
mythology, Loki is friends with Odin. He's just another
Yeah, I know.
god. He's just
Yeah, but I do believe he is connected to the Giants, isn't he? I believe that's not just a Marvel thing.
yes,
He's
Loki
tricked
is
a bunch of giants.
Loki is considered part of the Giants, but I think he's like in a different kind of giant. He's not like a Ymir giant. He's something else. Like a and rather than a Ymir, Loki is actually considered to be a type of Jotun rather than a member of the Aesir. Okay, so he isn't. So
He's
like
more of a giant, more than a god.
I was gonna say, using Roman mythology, he's more of a titan than a god.
Fair enough.
I love that.
What I was gonna say is I did read them on what the whole thing is like. The gods have secrets from each other, but the problem is all those secrets made it into books into the human world. So there's this man exhorting Loki saying, I'll t- I'll tell no fucking I'll tell Odin where his horse came from," and he's like, "Okay, what you want?"
Okay, reading this, I feel like my Titan analogy is really a slam dunk for me. So, yes, Loki's not a giant, but he's a member of the Jotnir, which are the things that came before the Aesir. So, yes, he's literally a Titan to the Greek god thing.
He's a giant.
Well, he's not a giant, he's just a member of that species.
No, but that's what the Jotnir is.
No,
They are the
they're-
original giants.
They are the giants, but the Jotun are... He's like the child of Ymir rather than the child of some random giant. He's a member of the Jotnir. I don't want to say child of Ymir before someone goes, no, he's not. I'm meaning this in more of the broad sense that the Norse mythology is there's an icicle and a cow, and the cow defrosts out a god, and then they fucking spawn from all that, like a tree, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Sure.
The cow thaws out a god and is like, "I can't cook this." Just throws it out, makes a tree. Very confusing stuff.
Yeah.
The cow is called. I mean, here's like a child thing. Where's the? Oh, I might be confusing the. No, I'm not. This is something else. Yeah, I love this chart because I always love the Heimdall is the son of like 7 women simultaneously at the same time. No, we're not explaining it.
We don't gotta.
That's
Okay.
David, here's the thing. They still don't know how to discover who the parent is. In this case, they don't know who gave birth because it's gods. I'm sure that's probable.
Okay, let me look at something here. Fabardi is Loki's father. Barbati is a Jotun in Norse mythology. He's portrayed as the father of Loki. But is he actually a giant? It apparently translates to dangerous striker or sudden striker, so I guess he's a fighter. Who...
Sudden striker, he's probably just like his fucking son, and that he like stabs people in the back.
Well, considering the Logi I am using is Logi with a G, which is the weird version of the trickster god that's like he is the symbolism of fire itself as chaos. Looking at these things on Fipurity as the dangerous striker, it's actually kind of cool to think that Logi is fire and his father is lightning. Leaving behind wildfires, alluring to Loki. Like, he is the father because he makes fire, and Loki is fire.
So, about him and Sutra, like, which is the connection there then?
Sutra? What? Which one?
Surtur.
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 Fire giant.
Well,
he's like the fire giant, right?
Well, let's see. According to this, Loki and a random horse makes Sleipnir, and Loki and Angrboda makes two of the like Jormungandr and Fenrir and Hel. So that's fun.
Oh, yeah. In normal mythology, he's he's the father of Hel, yeah.
He's the father of a dog and Hell.
Yeah.
The family reunion must be very weird.
And the dog guards Hell.
Okay, so this is where I'm getting it wrong. Yeah, Ymir shows up first. Ymir is the original. And somewhere at random, the cow Adumbla defrosts Buri from an ice. He's just always inside of it. Defrosts Buri, and Buri is the father of Bur, and Bur and Bestla make a bunch of people, including Odin.
Oh.
So yeah, Loki is older than Odin. That's what I was trying to find.
Probably not knowing it.
But anyways, yeah, the point is fucking mythology relationship things are a mess.
Yeah.
So yeah, some theorizations could view Loki as a giant but looking at the Logi I'm using here, it's more like his father is the concept of lightning and Loki is the concept of fire.
Yeah, fair enough.
And because I know this, there are stories where Loki and Odin just hang out like they're fucking brothers, so I assume it's, again, that, like, Titan nonsense where, sometimes the Titans are just small, because fuck you, they are. So I assume Loki is of an average size, considering he hangs out around Odin a lot.
I mean, again,
he's also a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
You got me there, but they're all shapeshifters. They're all god. That's just part of their general
Here's the thing,
power.
I don't think... No, here's the thing. I don't think from lore that there isn't a power that the Aether gods have.
Well, yeah, the Aether...
They can turn into certain things. Loki's always been more malleable in his legends. Also, he keeps getting pregnant, David. Like, there's a point there.
Yeah.
He likes being...
It's a very weird point, but it exists and we need to acknowledge it.
I'd like to imagine that he doesn't hang around his wife too much because of that.
Which wife?
The one that he's fathered 3 things with.
Angrboda.
Sure.
Things.
Well, let's see, it's a wolf, a snake, and a woman. Those are all objects.
Hold on, you can read them like that.
Jormungandr and Fenrir are both the sons of Loki.
Yes.
Yeah. We've introduced.
It's more the fact that surprisingly they are also the sons of a single person. Like Loki hung out with one person and made multiple things.
I mean, to be fair, she probably can also shapeshift.
That's a ridiculous way to put that, but yeah.
It is. They have the weirdest kings.
I mean, you can only live for so long and not try certain things.
Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, Pedro, for 2 of those tries, like from the 2 of the 3 children that you have to be what they were, it's one of those.
Yeah. Also, we should probably go back to the session now before we spend 2 hours
probably
playing.
should, just for what it's worth. The myth on Angrboda does describe her as a giantess of Jotunheimer. So, even if Loki isn't actually a giant, or if he is, we know that his wife is big. Also, according to God of War Ragnarok, she's black. That's a fun fact. Anyway.
He's also not big in that.
I mean, but she's still a giant, so again, she can probably just shrink.
Yeah.
They also put her in a pocket dimension, so there's no reason for her to have shrunk. and her like mom wasn't shrunk.
Maybe
It looks
Loki's
like
just turned big.
I'm looking at screenshots of God of War because it's just there everywhere. Because, who cares about real mythology? God of War screenshots. That's what shows up on Google Images. She's like the same size of the guy's child. How small is she in this?
For whatever reason, she is also somehow still a kid, despite having been like locked in
I mean,
their
to be
purgatory
fair,
hell
I believe
realm
that's
for
probably the same
however
logic
long.
as I don't think we know how long Loki has been alive. Gods may just age very slowly, even in terms of going from child to an adult.
I mean, I guess.
Because we don't know how long Kratos has been. We don't know how long fucking Loki exists. Period. There's already that.
Yeah. Well, anyways, back to the session. You guys have a brilliant discussion about the Norse gods. Some of the farmers walk in being like, why are you talking about these guys?
I'm just sitting in the background writing a letter as they're talking about the Norse gods. And like,
We'll talk about the Greek ones, but that's a
fucking
bigger problem.
I'm working here, and you're just talking about
Okay,
gods.
let's okay, so letters, I mean the plan is kinda set. It's more of the issue. We're sending letters to all of them, appealing to their egos, and basically trying to set up a place to meet.
We're appealing to authority. We're using a fallacy.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, I'm sorry to distract again. It's just I suddenly had like a brain blast moment where I remembered that the God of War's kid is actually Loki.
Yeah.
So that's
Yes.
why they're the same age. Go on.
Okay, I thought you knew this was like,
No, I just thought she was a kid for no reason. I'm like, why do they make her a kid? No, they're pairing them together. They're following.
Yeah, the
lore. Go
point
on.
that she's a
Yes.
kid is because he's a kid, but it doesn't
Yeah.
make sense that she's a kid because the giants like sealed themselves away fucking forever ago.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
just,
wait,
I was,
there is
I
another
was just, I forgot that he was Loki. That's all. Keep going.
I also remembered another detail because I do believe when he first goes to that plane and comes back, the time he spent there was not the same outside. So time shenanigans.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Anyway,
still.
anyways, the letter. Look, I don't even play God of War. I just get osmosis. Carry on.
I like it, but yeah, carry on.
There is some liking just literally through.
Just
It's not about liking
We
it. It's
send-
about being too poor to play it. Go on.
we send the letters.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have a general gist for the entirety of the letters, or was each one person?
I
Oh, you
think
actually
that's
wrote
what,
them. Jesus. Okay.
I
think that-
literally
yeah,
wrote it down while you guys were talking about
yeah.
gods.
See, that was time well spent then. Okay.
I finished it.
This is what you've been
10 minutes
All
ago.
right.
whole life.
Time well spent. All right, Kieran. Please give me 5 linguistic checks.
Yeah, sure.
Cheat for all of
Absolutely.
them, you may as well.
Yeah, you might as well. You could do this over 5 days and use his fucking Cyclops helms. I don't care.
No, I was gonna say prescience. He doesn't use the elm.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not that cringe.
I was saying you could just give him the helm. I don't care.
He
Yeah.
doesn't want to
Kieran.
use it. It's against his thingy.
It's against my moral fucking code.
Yeah.
Kieran.
Yeah.
The hell might be against your moral code.
I don't care.
But would you deny me giving you a drink?
Yeah, I'll take buffs. I'm not buffing myself. I'm not
He
stupid.
just wants to roll.
Someone post that shit of Blackbeard writing the letter.
It's my artistic integrity.
Hey, Zell goes like, "Hey, can I get a horseshoe with that effect on it?"
Alright, so
There-
for Cavershon,
there
you're
you go.
emphasizing the gross misuse of power
Oh,
that threatens the
no.
security of an ability in the land of
Oh, this is the
planes.
I posted the wrong
For
one.
Valeria, you are focusing on her efforts for the people of Hamalus is attempting to hamper such efforts. For Ravenshade, you are basically implying simplistic simpering?
Yeah. Look up.
Are you
Basically being a sycophant.
It's where the term simp came from.
A supplicant,
Yeah, I
perhaps?
guess. For some reason, I was thinking simpering was more of cowardice rather than coyness, but okay.
No, that's
Yeah, no, it's
whimpering.
just absolutely just being, like, obsequious or acquiescent to them.
Yeah, gotcha. So yeah, you're pandering to his sensibilities and pushing the nerve that's wrong that he's now being levied for seemingly nothing. Green Hill, probably some weird conspiracy theorist manifesto. Malus is almost actively seeking his downfall with these taxes, and how we want to get in on any planes to stop his shit. That's such a fucking whiplash from the other three.
Like
The guy is wholesome, but I'm pretty sure he'd listen to that.
Yeah.
We're playing to the Kieran's
Well,
playing to the right thing.
so long as you don't take that Nat 1 prescience.
Of course I'm not. I'm not stupid.
Okay. For Thornfield,
Mostly.
probably somewhat
Oh no,
similar to
I
Raven
predicted my
Shade.
failure.
Alright. I realize I'll fail if I'll do this, but also I have a huge number and I want to yell to David about really. Or go ahead.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Assuming I
roll
get to
other thing,
hold
right?
the fucking... Joe, will you let me hold the fucking automaton rod as I cast buffs on myself?
What does the automaton rod do?
It increases my CL by 4. It's the thing we got.
Oh.
The artifacting.
You as soon as you take it, the AI assistant's like, now that you have
Oh, sure.
it, use it.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
No.
So-
build something with it.
I'm not doing that right now, bro.
Yeah, I'm
Once
using
I-
it incorrect.
I'll 1 second.
Go ahead, use your
Okay,
fucking
alright.
balls.
Sorry.
I can hear in your mind, Scrivency.
Plus 35 plus. 3D8.
Did you take some wine? Did you take a sip of wine?
Yes. That's why I needed this to hold the stick as I cast Here's the Wine.
Zell comes up, did you
So
take a
was
sip of this
stronger.
wine? And you look at it, that's not magic. I know.
Yeah, but it's really
Uh,
good.
Here, it doesn't stack.
What doesn't?
The wine.
It's more, though.
Oh. No, that's the thing. I think that's the drink Joe gave you.
Oh, is that it? You've got it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then the math doesn't change.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just I do like the thing is like he drinks a full thing of wine from me. He's like, thanks, maestro. And now he pours a new one and casts the spell. I was like, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, give me that rod. Does it again? It's like, why?
It's not the only thing I'm hitting myself with.
No, I know. It's just a
I-
funny thing. It's the alcoholic thing. It's like I need to cast every time I do a letter.
While he's doing rolls, let me just share this bit from my fucking chart of Family Matters. I love this fucking key. Licked into being by primeval super cow, simultaneously birthed by 9 mothers.
What?
That's what I said. Heimdall has 9 mothers who all gave birth to him at the same time.
That's why you can see so far.
Yes.
Alright, I think this is the best that I will be producing. And this is for each one, so... Cabo-chan. Linguistics.
Cha-cha-cha.
Habba-dabba.
Okay, so you won't replace that for a 2, so it's a 62.
Valyria... Linguistics.
Is there a god going to show up and say, out there you write better than me? You should replace it for the 8.
Yeah, it's gonna be...
Considering he's actually
7
doing
higher.
something with this rather than making, like, shitty manga, I don't think he'll get too upset.
Knowing doesn't change problem.
Boom.
Shitty manga.
Hermes shows up. I heard you're a better scribe, bitch.
Raven Shade. 12 is fine.
So far, the gods have really only been harassing you and doing these checks in your free time for shits and giggles.
Yeah, I'm actually progressing the plot with mine.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure
Okay, so
one
I
of
need
them,
to find a
like,
way
fucking felt something and turned to see what it was, but since he's like, oh, they're trying to deal with that, I guess, okay.
I mean, I'm not even... Oh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
I don't care if you can make it bigger. 60 is fine.
I'm forgetting my fucking D6. I'm stupid.
Go ahead, spend it. I don't care.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but they'll be spent. That's what's important.
This is going to be a different
Okay.
day, so it won't matter.
Yeah, it won't fucking matter, but yeah.
They stay spent until I say otherwise. Fucking or, fucking 73.
I'm adding the D6 to that one.
Okay. No, you fool. Was that 77? 5, 6, 7. Oh no, you fool. Alright, so where are you telling them to show up, by the way?
For Cabashan, I'm not telling them to show up anywhere. I'd be like, you invite me, I'll be there.
Okay, so you're having them show up at Cabashan's house. I'd like to point out that Thornfield was probably going to ignore it in all situations, but since you have the 60 or something, it's going to be like, what's the name of that thing? I just type in.
He just wakes up with the letter open in his bed, like,
yeah.
the fuck?
No, I was gonna say, since he has like, you have 77, Thornfield receives the letter from a carrier pigeon and just gets hit by that.
Yeah. appropriately
So-
sanctimonious for like a druid sensibilities or whatever.
Okay.
I think I have the solution for like little reveal party with
All right,
all of the detectives.
I need to be
Okay.
right back. Sorry.
That's fine. What were you saying, Joe?
So because of how like this is probably going to go when our like is it 4 or 5 different pair of detectives like accuse them of this in broad light? So we teleport out and then I activate a few Hephaestus bomb and this happen. This is the only way I can see this going.
I mean, yeah, if you kill them, that would definitely solve things in a shitty, Larry
Yeah, I
on
don't
games kind of way.
Yeah, I don't think
I
don't think we can kill them. Or well, we can. I don't think we should.
I don't think we
No,
can
no, yeah,
kill
we-
them. I was turning real life like, what gave you that impression?
okay. So we definitely shouldn't kill them. This was more of a joke because it's the thing that it's very stupid to just go with no authority in this place. We do believe that you are the criminals, and they're like, okay, kill those guys.
By the way, Jason, are you back?
Yeah, I've been back.
So
Oh,
now here's the
wait.
question: because you got new maneuvers, do you have any maneuver that grabs 5 people and turns them into a pretzel, alive but still a pretzel?
Why?
Because we're going
Did
to have
I-
to turn 5 people into a pretzel. So
Did I miss something? You got new maneuvers?
you forgot to kill
I-
the 6th level ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, that's just my normal shtick, isn't it? Just pin them and then we could tie them up.
Fair, but
Yeah.
can you do it at
We
5
do
people at a
not-
time?
We don't have access to the
No.
crocodile maneuvers, so we don't have grappling maneuvers.
What?
There's a discipline for grappling. It's the crocodile one, but we don't have access to it.
No, I don't. But also, no, I don't have anything that lets me grab 5 people at once, unfortunately.
Shame, but it was fair to ask. Petaphore's broken and you just got new maneuver, so
I don't
Well,
know if
don't get
you
me
could
wrong.
stick like 3 extra arms on you, it would work.
Yeah. Technically, I do have the ability to fly now. It's just a
that's not
stance.
as impressive but useful.
They
It's
fly
just
now.
a stance. Yeah, I get a stance that lets me have a flight speed.
Shut up.
I'm imagining you.
It
Just,
Wow.
does give you a bigger. I mean, flying around does give you a bigger radius of people provoking.
Just imagining,
Pat said something mean to me.
Good.
things with the red
Deserved it.
strings.
But yeah, so we're going to
You know what I'm
cabochons.
talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
How many
I guess
days
we
do you
should tell
give
the
them to show
detectives
up?
that.
How many? What?
Your turn.
You wrote the letters. When are you telling everybody to show up?
Probably like they're decently far like separated from each other, right?
Yes.
So like 5 to 7 days.
Okay. Like the entirety, they have like from one end to the other. This place is like a little over a.
I mean, I could calculate it if you
Yeah.
want. Like,
Well, no, I'm just pointing out. Like, yeah, 5 days is better than you telling everybody to show up the next day. That's all I'm making sure.
yeah,
We also
like,
need the time to tell the detectives to show up, so
well, yeah, it's also like hitting them up over Archivist. Hey, by the way, we have a meeting set. They're all going to be here in 5 days.
Yeah. All right. So, in 5 days, this the other thing is, do you guys want to do anything in these 5 days? Please tell me no.
Are
You
there
should look for
nothing
the
relevant?
Sheffield guy.
I mean, you know what I'm doing with my free time.
I mean, I'm
the
still
only-
going to
pile of trains grow larger.
Yeah, well, not just things, but yes.
Okay, David, we can do this very fast in the sense of if I go to search for Cedro and I find him, is he receptive to be the new mayor?
Okay, you find Cedro. He's just hanging around in the office by himself, I guess. You ask him, do you want to be mayor?
I would do the thing probably is like, have you ever aspired to be something more?
Yes.
Can you see
that's
yourself?
very fitting with his backstory specifically.
Yeah, I know,
Where do you
Kieran.
see
I know.
yourself in 5 years?
So, have you ever aspired to make this place a better place to live in?
Yes.
You know, Cedro, person like you, so effective so effective, should probably have some say around here, wouldn't you say?
Well, that's kind of you to say, mister, but, you know, I have plenty of to say as is.
I understand, but someone can only say things. But the power of action, the power of command, is important for if you want to make your dreams come true. Make more of yourself
I'm
by
perfectly
extending
fine
this.
with my singular form, but I understand the philosophizing that you're permitting us towards me here. Although, I will repeat myself that I am quite content with having been doing what I'm doing, and I will always strive for more, but I don't really cotton to these elevator pitches, mister. What are you trying to get at?
Okay, so Sidro, I believe you'd make a decent mayor for the London Plains.
Well, maybe one day.
That's
So
enough.
if you had the chance, would you take it?
Or would you just let it slip?
If you had one chance, dun dun dun.
If you had one, if you
One
had
shot,
chance,
one
one shot,
opportunity.
yeah, one opportunity.
Would you capture it or let it slip?
He'll go, well, I'm not particularly suited for dealing with governmental work of that nature. I do believe that I am more suited for dealing with things on a more personable level.
But I do believe that is what the people around here need to a certain degree. Unfortunately, the current mayor has some serious issues on some of the more personable part of the job.
Well, we all have issues, mister. I mean, take me for example. I'm not exactly what you would call warm and compassionate.
To have a solid head on your shoulders, and you know what's important.
Well, considering the density of it, I would say it's quite solid, mister.
So true.
Well, Cedro, I want to endorse you to be the next mayor of this place. Mostly because Malouse is kind of shitting the bed.
Well, I won't disagree with that there, sir. I mean, personally, the sheriff before me talked a mighty big game, but then as soon as he saw you up there fighting that Ravana fella, he just started curtailing for the hills, I'll tell you what.
Okay, this is.
Oh. We've been there too.
Well, mind you, mister, I don't necessarily mean the land of hills, or whatever its name is, although given that the man was a halfling, maybe, but I was also informed that he was something akin to you, so he has no natural born home, as it were.
I see. Alkablem. Yeah, Alkablem fled. Well,
I
I
do
only
believe that is
assume
what
that
I
might
was
be.
getting to, sir, yes.
No, yes, a bit. So, are you open to this idea? I would never force you to do something you do not want, Sidro. But I do believe you'd be a good candidate.
Well, much like in all things, I am not entirely opposed to trying the position of authority here, but I also don't find what Malouse to be doing as entirely inept either. I'll apologize on the man's behalf if he's done something to offend you, but other than the sheriff that he wanted to implement for whatever reasons are beyond my understanding, I think that he's been doing an alright job. He does a little thumbs up.
You know, the funny part. I've dodged.
Well,
Just get back to him in a month.
that,
See how he feels.
Yeah.
that is fair, Sidro. Well, I will come back to you if the situation changes.
All right, Mister.
Is- Thank you for the time. And also leaving.
Thank you for
Oh,
your
when I
service.
go back, when I go back, I'll tell the part what he told me. It's like, well, so yeah. So, in any doubt, if we don't want to just give Cedro a bunch of work, we can just let Malus be mayor, which is, while not optimal, it's also Sam. Your petty reasons aside,
We don't need to have Cedro, but don't keep the corrupt fat bastard there. I have both
Okay.
personal and just straight up fair reasons. They can both exist in harmony.
I mean, it's a bit of negligence, but he was working. I understand you not liking him, but he's not like the fucking devil, as you seem to be making him out to be.
Someone implemented him there for a reason.
Well, yeah.
yeah, it's like he is effective at his job. He is a bit on the gluttonous and a
I was
bit
gonna
on the
say he
greedy
is
side. But
corrupt. He is corrupt, but
He's
Yeah.
100% corrupt, but he's also not like cartoonishly like awful or anything. Like he's absolutely corrupt, but he's not like evil about it.
and again,
Okay,
as
hey,
we
Malus,
Malus,
said,
I think you would look really good if you grew a little like mustache to twirl.
I think it would
as
give people the wrong idea.
yeah, I mean, it's to the point of we can do it, but there's many reasons. First, is it really worth our time to do that? Because we've already had, instead of like fixing an issue that is not in the big picture, not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
There's also the thing of in the land, like in the land of in the land of the sea, where Zell is from, the dark gods already started to show up. Like things,
Sure did.
it's in the it's in its infancy. But if we want to keep the track record of starting tragedies before they become tragedies,
think
caring
you meant
about
that,
this
but yes.
little. Sorry, what?
You said
You said
start
starting
tragedies.
tragedies before they
Yeah, I think you
become
meant end
tragedies.
them.
Yeah, you are right.
My sure rate sins, not tragedies.
I
Yeah.
get where you're coming from. I don't think Malus is necessarily the worst idea, aside from this one thing that's been more so put together by this paranoid fuck. The place has been running rather well. You know?
I mean, he made
If it was
also
really,
the
if it was really running well, then why did all these nobles corrupt the land?
also
Because they
if it
started
was
getting
doing well,
taxed
it would
because
have
of a change he made.
Exactly.
if it was doing well, it wouldn't have gotten El Kablam to be the sheriff
I mean,
He's not the
to be
sheriff
fair,
anymore, so it
okay.
don't matter.
because he ran
Yeah.
away.
To be fair, okay.
Problem fixed
Let's
itself.
let's say this. The sheriff is normally the person who is the strongest and that will stop like people from going astray. And while El Kalam wasn't going to stop anyone from going astray, kind of the issue is that El Kalam was stronger than Sigil by the virtue of him being summoned in that high level as he was.
Nature technically doesn't
So
have limit
there
breaks.
is, yeah, like
mean-
it says like, so yes, it's to the fault that Alkalem was a better fighter than Sidra, and that's why he got the job. Sidra's just more responsible.
Yeah. No, just pointing out that he's a soulless machine.
Now he has a soul there.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
if he's a
I
soulful
believe him.
machine, huh?
Then he should have a limit
We-
break.
We can give him a soul, but
He's-
I don't think they would like us if we did the gods.
Getting
Why?
distracted again.
It's funny. But very well. So, for and does anything else? Does anyone else have anything they need to do the remaining of the 5 days?
And
Or can we maybe
pile
like
of
get to
toys.
an extra hit point?
Ur's making wooden dioramas and stuff.
He has two hands. He can beat me with one and make dioramas with the other.
Well, do you want to train his hit points for him?
Yeah, I'll train his hit points for him.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else you guys
Well-
are doing in your newfound downtime?
No.
Not much.
All right. Let me just.
I do want to
roll.
speak to Cedro, but that can be afterwards, when we finish things in the plains.
All right. Let me just make.
I want to
roll for,
probably
Joe.
reserve for that.
Joe, take
Probably want
353
to-
bludgeoning damage from your fans. All right.
No!
Well, I'm dead
Well, he's
3 times
dead.
over.
Yeah, he's dead.
This is what they made emergency force sphere for.
Yeah, could you imagine? Just
Technically,
like,
it was
man,
for
I'm popular.
avalanches.
He's inside the force fair, and one of the fans, he just sees like against like a fucking zombie. He's like, ah.
Rem's just like sticking her fingers into the sphere and splitting it apart, like, I got you.
Ram, you
Like,
don't need to
Ram, I
do
haven't
this. You're our
changed.
friend. You can just speak. You don't need to barge into
Help.
other people.
All
Help me.
right. So
Ram, help me! Help me!
you guys are gonna go to Cabochons, right?
Yeah.
Cabracon.
Bracken.
First, before I do the whole fucking scene here, let me point that I watched like 12 hours of detective shows last week so I could make a significant, accurate script for each XP that Kieran hired. Now, if Kieran, I assume, because he's the one that hired these people, but if no one here understands who like Hercule Poirot is or something, we could just have me skip
Oh yeah, I
it.
know them.
If you,
I mean, I know of Poirot, but like, I don't think I've read any of the books.
Well, yeah, it's just more like if no one's enjoying the fucking XP, because some of these are actual like scripts that I've adjusted from the very, like, for example, I didn't watch any Psych over the week. I've watched all of Psych. I know what I'm doing. But
I have the experience.
I know what I'm doing.
but yeah,
I don't know
unless-
about any of these shows.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if nobody likes what's happening, just tell me. It's like this so I can just go like, they're saying this. But to be
Here's the thing,
fair,
I
I
have seen.
was gonna say, to be fair, there's also the fact that they are explaining the how done it thing that you guys did not take any like precedence in, so you might also want the information too. So I'm just throwing that out
Yeah.
there.
Here's
Yeah,
the
I
thing,
mean, I
have
feel
seen
bad in how
detective
we're handling this, but it's also along the lines of like, this would have been 20 sessions of us doing this, and we'd
Yeah.
have gotten it half wrong.
Well, that's the magic of D&D, is I would either directly feed you answers off good rolls, or if you did something really, really wrong, I might just throw my hands up in defeat and say, you got it.
You know,
It was
the
also
funniest
just
part of-
along the lines of, we're trying to also appease you
Yeah.
by being like, hey, we're also making progress in the dungeon.
Well, no, it's because
Also-
the planes have not really started happening for a long
Yeah.
time. So you weren't really supposed to do anything with the planes, but you guys were like, God, I want to do the planes.
Also,
So-
do you know what? Do you know what
Yeah.
probably in character also affects this? We're all just watching this as it ends before we go to fights like them, just like good old TV.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
this is the thing, David. It's less about, damn, they want to really do the plans. It's like, damn, they do want to stop the starvation of thousands of people.
Also,
Yeah, that's
damn,
all
they
fine.
really
To
do
hell.
want to get Anne a milestone so that they can hopefully get closer to the level.
you get more
Like, obviously, we
milestones
got a
in the
lot
dungeon.
I know, but it's also along the lines of, well, what if we run into something that fucking destroys us in the dungeon,
Yeah. But,
and we
it's like,
didn't take the efforts outside?
at least the land to sea thing happening is fine if you guys suddenly tackled that, because all you have to do is get a boat and a crew to agree to do stuff with you, you know what I mean? Like, that's way easier. But also,
Yeah.
if you tackle the land to sea thing right now, you people probably will die, except Zell, he can probably swim away.
We teleport away. That would be the only person left to be killed.
Why? I can bum.
Why
on
wouldn't he teleport too?
Yeah, I can bum.
Someone
off
has to
enemies
die,
to
Joe. That's
teleport.
how
Because he
gods
loves
work.
the sea.
Well, Pedro, guess what? You're the lucky chosen.
I'm gonna hit you guys with the
That's
seafood,
why I don't die, I'm
and when
too
the
lucky
thing
for it.
goes, yeah, you guys are looking at its mouth going, I don't see it, and you're inside and you're going, oh, now I get it.
Oh, his mouth has mirrors in it. Of course.
Goodbye, everyone.
That makes so
Alright.
much sense.
The party in their mirrors. Anyway, so you guys walk up to the fortress of Cabochons. There's a little dwarf there. He's hunched over on his like shield as you just see him kind of gruffly speak at you. His beard slightly moving for his mouth moving, and he's just looking at you going, you know, welcome to my fortress. You were wanting to show me the security weaknesses, correct?
Yeah, and then he'd probably gesture to the sea of detectives that are following him. He's like, I've had them gathering information.
Hmm. And you're, how did you want the other four nobles to walk in here? Like, did you write in Cabochon's letter that, like, these guys are coming to, or...
Yeah, I'd have probably it probably would have been like, there are also other nobles that I have invited here that would probably benefit from hearing this. Like, I wouldn't have named them unless, like, he wrote a letter back and was like, you will name these people.
Yeah.
Then I
Name
would,
these
sure.
people. I mean, to be fair, you hit him with, like, that 67, so he was, again, just view the JonTron gif.
Look, here's the thing. You sent them a letter. There is the entire whiteboard of these are the people that are trying to get you killed, and you don't know about it yet.
I mean, it was just along the lines of, like,
You condensed the Bible into an A4 page, dude.
Yeah.
I was
Fine.
doing this. Like, just...
So, you gather
explaining
them...
to the cameras to the party, not to the person it's going to. Like,
You gather them all up in a room for the reveal thing, right?
yeah.
Alright.
I'd wait until they're all there, and then I'd gesture for whichever fucking detective has decided to take the lead on this denouement to
Yeah, that's fair.
fucking start his nonsense.
Yeah, you gesture at one of them. One of the detectives is gonna, like, lean in. It's gonna be like, I hope you don't mind, boss, but seeing as how things were working and we were exchanging notes with each other, some of us realized that we would be better suited to different areas. So, if you realize that some of our dance partners changed, just understand. And, like, you know, the Adrian monk guy that you hired, just like, I don't do well around here.
That's fine. You guys would know better how to handle yourselves.
Yeah. So, yeah, you have, the psychic guy that you hired with his bald friend, and,
What's
yeah.
what's the show?
Psych.
Okay, I sorry, I need a vision, like, to check what they look like.
Just pull up the Wikipedia page of everything he mentioned.
I was just gonna post this. That's what your XP currently looks like, Joe.
Okay.
Alright, so the psychic guy jumps in, he's like, alright, hold on to your fats, folks, because we've got a famine on our hands, and it's a doozy. But don't you worry, because I've cracked the case. I've pieced it together like a jigsaw puzzle made out of disasters. I'm going to blow your minds. Ready? Alright, here we go. Let's talk about Lord Thorian Cabochon, aka the Baron of Doom, Defender of Paranoia, the Hoarder of the Hills, and he does a little dramatic twirl and points at him, and he mimics going, Cabochon, you've been running your little fortress town like it's always on the brink of a siege. You've got a seriously tight security, a moat, a wall. I'm surprised you don't have a dragon on the leash to guard the gate. Sam says Carter pulls out a popcorn bag for everyone in the party. Yeah. But you know what? I get it, because you think something's going to attack you. Maybe goblins, maybe bandits, maybe a really aggressive squirrel. Who knows? But here's the kicker. You're not at a war. You're just really into this whole aesthetic. You get your big bad warhammer and your sparkling beard with all the bling. Look at the gold rings, silver rings, the works. You practically glow when you walk into a room. It's like you're waiting for the carpet treatment, but the only thing rolling out here is a bunch of food rations that should have been shared with the people. And he pauses, giving everybody a dramatic look. And Cabochon is just staring at him, and you're like a dwarf. He's just looking vaguely into the distance. Many jokes I could make. I won't. What jokes,
fucking
Joe?
1,000 yards there.
Yeah. Sean goes, so, here's the thing. You've got your people trained up in combat because you think the enemy is always right outside. But guess what? They're not outside. They're inside your fortress. You got them so distracted with drills and paranoia that they can't focus on actual survival. And when it hits, they don't have enough food. The harvest, gone. The storage, some of it's just locked away for security. And it's like you're constant worrying that you're going to be under attack, needs you prepared. That's keeping them preparing from the real threat, starvation. And he does a little mock bow. He's like, thank you, I know, I'm amazing. But seriously, Gavajon, you're a walking famine generator. You're setting the stage for this whole mess because you thought the enemy was out there. But it turns out the real danger was always right under your nose. And then Kevin just unamused goes, are you done? And Sean winks at you guys, his bosses. He's like, not yet. I just want to point out that it's always the well-prepared ones that end up screwing up things, like classic. And Kevin goes, now. And then Sean goes, really rural rabbits rarely run rapidly, now I'm done.
Now, I do want to say that the funnest thing of this is going to be, you might think that there's another that you might think that he's a culprit, but actually points at another noble. It's like this is going to be awful.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good. It's
And
amazing,
another-
dude. But this is going to be awful. If we were to be there, actually be there, this wasn't a game.
Yeah.
Do you understand how much I would cringe in the spot?
Oh, because he's acting like a fucking TV show character? Yeah.
No, I mean not just the acting as a TV show character, just the notion of doing this whole thing is this is the request by our detectives.
Oh yeah. But to be fair,
they wanted this.
But this is very like, you know, what's this show? It's called Clue or something, where it's like, you gather everybody in the room and you do the whodunit. Like, I'm sure there are detectives that might try and emulate this in real life, but to be fair, a lot of this is because they are basically anime characters. They are living a, trope existence here, you know what I mean?
No, I fully understand that, and I am loving it, but I do just imagine this Cabochon on the land of the lost with a cheese grater. It's like, bro, what?
So Cabochon goes, you talk as if my preparations for upcoming strife has caused issue, but is clearly the opposite. No people are starving. The famine you speak is but a mirror. And then Sean interrupts him going, excuse me there, chief. People are starving. And Cabochon screams going, starvation is when you have gone without food so long, your thoughts turn to eating your own flesh. It is when you consider what crimes you could commit for a piece of stale moldy bread, fuck. The people outside my fortress, I'm in the dwarf mindset, everything bleeds. The people outside my fortress are not starving. A few meals missed due to bad harvest. That is not famine, you egg. This is an inconvenience. And as the psychic tries to talk over him, Cabochon shows that dwarves can talk way louder and goes, and should you ever find this famine of yours were true, then the food I have stockpiled is already the counter solution to such a problem. You speak as if I was hoarding it, but my reserves can just as easily be made to supply the citizens as it does my soldiers. Now, is there something else you demand me for to sit through this farce, or am I free to go? And you can see Sean kind of turn to Yukirin, and he's shaking his head and mouthing, I got nothing.
Well, that's alright. That's why we didn't only hire you. Just to the next one.
Alright, so Cabochon's getting ready to stand up and walk out in annoyance, but you guys can, some of the other... Yeah,
You're gonna want to hear the rest of this.
Yeah, some of the other
this
nobles some of the, like, Raven Shade goes like, do you intend for us all to sit through these baseless accusations? I understand that you have some sway being Norman's puppet, but do you really intend to waste all of our time?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Yes.
Well,
we're going to
maybe
I won't ask
before
for a
the
check. I mean,
comment,
he can't argue that. Absolutely.
No, it's like, well,
All
maybe
right.
before the comment, no.
you must understand. We paid for this. We're getting this.
Yeah.
Next.
The fucking gnome who you can't identify as being any of the people you sent a letter to is going, you really are making enemies with statements like that.
Oh, for sure.
Alright. When you say
You have
next,
force enemies to deal with, so.
when you say next, so like 8 detectives are looking at the guy that's supposed to be going next, but the guy's like fucking messing with one of the tables, like he's just slightly moving it ever so slightly, trying to get it back into like the position he thinks is right.
Which is this one?
Monk. Right?
The autistic.
Yeah. Here, Joe. This
Not
is what
autistic.
this
OCD.
is the best shit of monk I found here. Let me find another one.
The detective is probably also autistic.
Yeah.
Even
Here, Joe. This is a pretty accurate thing of Adrian Monk. Alright. So, everybody's just watching him for like 5 minutes then, if no one's helping him.
I'll give him an hand just to finish, just so he gets on with quickly.
Okay, let's fucking shove the table. Alright, it's good. Move. Go on.
We got this.
Let me get some water.
Fair.
He's getting.
Hell yeah.
Monk's on his hydration break.
Yeah, I'm a quarter of the way. So yeah, the detective's like muttering. He's like, okay. Lady Ceres Valeria, Duchess of Witherlands, powerful, respected. Yes, something doesn't fit. The land, the water, the crops. There's a pattern. I just need to. And he spins around, pointing at her, going, "Lady Ceres, I know what happened." And Ceres, has her fan over her face, going, "You do? I'm curious, detective. What is it that you think happened?" And the monk raises his finger and he starts walking around going, "Here's what happened. The crops in your domain began to die. The river water became tainted. It wasn't a natural disaster. No. This was deliberate, but not in the way people think. See, I noticed something strange. The toxin found in the water wasn't something that would naturally occur in your region. It was a chemical compound, something from the land of steam. Very rare, very expensive. And it wasn't just in the water. It was in the soil too, poisoning everything in its path. You wanted to avoid taxes, Lady Ceres, so you poisoned the land and created the illusion of a natural disaster so that the Empire would grant you tax relief, thinking the crops are ruined beyond saving." And Ceres raises an eyebrow and with a hint of amusement, going, "Would you really take me for that sort of fool who would do something so easily traceable? No, detective, you've missed your mark. No, unfortunately, the river's taint is just the result of some horrid monster dying upstream. It's unfortunate timing." And Monk is going, "Monster? Monster? What do you mean? Kind of," and she goes, "A creature, something ancient, I'm told. A beast that roamed these lands long before any of us came to settle. It died in the waters upstream, and now it's decaying bodies, slowly poisoning everything in its wake. A natural disaster, if you can call it that." She closes her fan and goes, "But no, detective, I had nothing to do with it. I wouldn't risk something as blatant as using toxin." And the detective is kind of shaking a bit. He's moving around, and he goes, but the toxin in the water, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. It doesn't decay like regular poison. This isn't something a monster could have caused. It's not like this." She goes, "Perhaps not, but I'm afraid that the reality is of this cursed river that I've spent my life managing, mind you, is that it's always had unpredictable events occur, and this," she gestures towards the window where the river can kind of be seen in the vague distance, "is just, or as the vague distance, again, I'm ad-libbing a lot of stuff because I just have notes in case you guys fucked up everything.
Wow.
Hey, I'm prepared. This is just another thing that I have to contend with. Poisoning isn't from my hand. You've been following the wrong trail, perhaps led astray by these summoned," she says with some sneer. And the detective's going, "There's a piece missing. The mineral, the soil was poisoned with something, and it's far too deliberate, far too precise for something random to have caused it. It was just nature at work. There's something else." And she shakes her head, going, "And you're right to be suspicious, detective. I'm sure the poison was deliberate, but it wasn't from my doing. Someone else is at play here." And she looks at the party. "Someone who knows things. Perhaps the creatures themselves, but I am not the villain in this little story." And the detective's going, You're not, are you? You didn't poison the land to evade taxes." And he starts rambling and puts his hand in his head, and he starts walking off into the corner, and the next detective has got an eye raised, like, this, "You hired him." You want to say anything yet, or are you just going to keep listening to the fucking cavalcade?
I don't think I would be altogether too worried yet.
Alright.
Yeah.
Joe,
Yeah.
I'm not showing you what Sherlock Holmes looks like. You know what Sherlock Holmes looks like.
Okay,
So,
which one?
So here, I'll narrow it down for you by describing the next human detective. Stands. He goes.
Our cucumber.
Yeah. And so we finally arrive at you, Duke Ravenshade, and just the Duke is just looking. He's immediately got the fucking glare of like being pissed off right at staring at him. The military mastermind, the stalwart leader who prides himself on his strategic brilliance, and he waves his pipe around, going, "And I must admit, I had a great deal of respect for your reputation. But the facts have led me here, and I must confess, the truth is far from what I had anticipated." He strides over to a table and he picks up a piece of parchment and flips it over, continuing his analysis like he's reading off a script almost. And he goes, "Let's begin with your family's pride. The Ravenshades have been guarding the Angolian people for generations, yes? A noble lineage built on tradition and military prowess. And yet, somewhere along the way, it seems that pride became your undoing." And he like looks at the party like, "Yeah, that's good. I made that one up." You see, Ravenshade's name meant something. You wouldn't let it fade into obscurity, would you, Duke? When the Crown ever so conveniently decided to impose new taxes and your house was pushed aside by the Royal Guard, it seems you were offended. You did what anyone in your possession might do. You doubled down. You tried to maintain control. This is where your daughter, your pride, made her mistake. What was her name? Lady Isolde Ravenshade, I believe. She, in her infinite wisdom, decided that the land needed a little extra protection. So she hired a wizard to cast some spells on the land. But when one just hires wizards willy-nilly, you end up sometimes getting curses and necromancers. A curse to keep the Ravenshade untarnished, I believe, to ensure that the family's influence and its legacy would not be eroded by this newfound weakness. And he leans into the Ravenshade's face and goes, "Now, Lady Isolde has no idea that in attempting to protect your family's honor, she would inadvertently help spread the poison from, I suppose, that beast that Lady Cyrus had mentioned, all across your lands as well. It was never meant to harm the land, only protect your name, but, well, necromancy is necromancy, and it just has a way of complicating things." And he stands up and he's going, "The necromantic curse disrupted the natural balance of the soil, and combined with the poison from Lady Cyrus's land, the results were catastrophic. The curse grew inadvertently, amplifying the poison's effects, spreading it like wildfire. The land grew more toxic, crops withered, and all the while, you, Duke Ravenshade, knew exactly what was happening and did nothing to stop it. Of course, you couldn't reveal that your daughter had hired a necromancer. The very thought would tarnish your precious name forever. So you covered it up. You used your influence to hide the truth, to suppress the information, to make sure no one ever knew the true cause of the land's decline. You allowed the fame to grow, hoping to ride out the storm while you maintained your reputation. And, if not for these fine gentlemen hiring us to solve the issue..." But I read that all wrong. Let me drink more water. Who knows how out of hand it could grow. A strategic move for a strategic mind, but a disastrous one. It all began with your family's arrogance, and now the land is dying and the people are starving, and all for what? A name, a legacy, your pride? He stands around, being really silent, as the Duke is trying to manifest laser beam vision. In case any of you guys want to interrupt at this point. Like Holmes is melting in air.
A quick recap on what... I don't think they ever explain fully what it is in game, right?
No, I don't think we ever get the. Do we even know that? I think that's one of the problems, that we don't know who exactly it was, not exactly what happened.
The Land of Plains storyline, as I've said many times, has multiple answers because it's just a really large area and they let people solve it. So whatever the players said it was the answer, essentially.
Yeah, ostensibly that makes sense. I guess, would this be one of the possible storylines, like this whole monster way down the river? Or?
Yeah, exactly. It's the monster down the river, the fucking necromancer, all these things are things from the game.
So I guess it isn't necessarily Valeria's fault, I suppose.
No, wait, we don't know yet. Monk might come back.
Yeah, Monk
It might be the
back.
case that he's just on a. Well, yeah, he's on a down slump. Of
I was
course.
about right. Is the part where after everyone talks, all the points are there. He connects to the final. It's like I got it.
Yeah,
Tony
they're-
Shalhoub is gonna hit a brain blast, and it's gonna go fucking crazy.
It could be, or I'm
Yeah.
setting up for you guys to solve it, whichever. But the problem, like I said, is like there's a fucking universe in the game where you helped Ceres, and you find that the monster at the end of the river was happenstance, and you helped cure it, and that was poisoning the entire land. And there's a version where she shot it down to cause the poison to evade whatever. It's like every version is correct, and that's the issue. Is you're now in the version where only one is correct.
Yeah.
I get.
Are they actually 3 siblings?
But
I give
anyways,
Monk. Here's
you're
to
waiting.
wine. Do you think this would help?
You give Monk tears to wine, he's just like, I don't drink.
They specifically said that it's
It's just called wine. It's magic.
Well, yeah, Monk goes, I only drink a really specific water from the land of Sans Oasis. You guys have watched. If you guys have watched Monk, that is actually something he has an issue with. He doesn't even bathe in normal water. But anyways, after the fucking moment of silence of Ravenshade slowly manifesting laser beam eyes, and he goes,
so powerful.
So he'll take the moment of like absolute silence. He goes, "Okay, then. These allegations of yours that seek to shame that, and these allegations of yours that seek to shame my family. So, what proof is there?" Holmes goes, "I'm not without evidence, sir. You'll find it all in this bag." He goes to the table where he took his script, and he takes his bag of holding, reaches into it. See him panic for a bit. I assure you, and he fucking flips the bag inside out. I have evidence. Nothing else. You can probe my memories. I know what I saw. Ravenshade goes, "Do you know what scum I regularly deal with? The falsifying of one's memories is the least I can imagine being done. I do not understand magic well, but the idea that a curse protecting land's backfiring, and even if some misguided wizard had done as much, you choose to blame my daughter. By all rights, I should kill you. But I doubt our company," as he eyes the party, "abides by such things. I do not know why you seek to ruin my name, but I will not stand idly by while it is done. God killers or not." And he will try to stand up and leave, but again, you guys are fucking stronger than him. So bully him.
Just fucking.
It's just
please
her
make
from
them
40
sit
feet
down.
away, just putting them
Just
down and
put
then being
walls of
punched.
force in front of the doors. Like, go on, it'll hit a date. We'll hit the fever pitch soon.
This thing, we're going to get out of here knowing what the fuck happened.
Alright. So, since we've gone for the he's sitting down angrily and plotting how to murder you guys eyes, since I've written down, if at this point the party has gotten no one, because you guys can interject at any point, I remind you, Columbo starts by saying, "Each." Do you need an image for Columbo, Joe?
And another thing.
I'm searching. Okay, I see him.
Alright, so this halfling walks up to Greenhill. He goes, "Now, Mr. Greenhill, you've been such a good sport through all of this, haven't you? I mean, we've been talking about the land, about the famine, the resources. Well, I couldn't help but notice something about your situation that seems, well, a little off. See, I've been doing a little bit of digging into the situation here in Bramblebook. The crops, the yields, the land, everything, and you know what? There's just something that doesn't
I
sit
got you,
right."
David.
Yeah. Yeah, this is literally who you have in the room. and Bromley's going, "Oh, I'm all ears, detective. What's bothering you? Everything looks fine here to me, right? A little slow, yes, but nothing we can't handle." He waves his hand like dismissively. And Columbo, well, Mr. Greenhill, it's just I've been trying to figure out how a place like Bramblebook, so prosperous and well-maintained, could fall victim to a famine. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you're responsible for the famine itself, but I did notice one thing. About the loans. A lot of loans, Mr. Greenhill. A lot of them all stacked up. You see, when a noble borrows money, there's always a little bit of a trick to it, right? Spend a little, pay back a little, but the things that make it work is your income. your ability to keep things rolling, keep the land productive, keep the people fed. You, sir, well, you're in a bit of a bind, aren't you? All that debt. 22 million gold, is it? Spread over how many nobles? Hundreds? And Bromley goes, now hold on, detective. That's not a fair accusation. My debts are well managed, all of them. My people are fed, land is productive, there's nothing unusual, and Columbo interrupts him. He's going, I know, Mr. Greenhill. I'm not saying you did anything, but let me ask you this. Have you noticed the price of grain lately? The crops? The resources in your region? Land's been, well, it's been under pressure, and I know you've been juggling these loans, taking out new ones, paying off the old ones, just keeping things moving. That's where it gets tricky, you see. When you get too much debt, and when people here start struggling to purchase stuff, what do? You take more loans. That's the only option left, right? Bromley goes, that's just how things can be done. You've got to keep wheels turning, that's all. I've been making sure Bramblebrook stays strong. Even when times are tough, the people are still doing well, aren't they? Columbo goes, there's only so many people you can accept loans from. Sooner or later, the well dries up. Bromley goes, well, I'd love to explain it, but if I did, well, I might really be in financial issue then. He goes, yeah, I can't wrap my head around this loan nonsense. But you see, my wife's got a friend who knows all about that. Told me all about the things they do to people who don't pay back loans too. Real scary stuff. But you know what else she told me? During a famine, some people will forgive real steep loans just for a steady flow of food. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Bromley goes, forgive loans? What kind of nonsense is that, detective? What are you implying here?
I kind of want to sense what if the guy just to see if he's just trying to play the.
From one guy to another.
And then Bromley kind of don't tell me you've been cutting deals with my creditors like some sort of. You don't think I've been cutting deals with my creditors like some sort of back alley trader? This is about a famine, not some underhanded scheme. And Columbo goes, oh, I know. You wouldn't be one for that sort of thing, Mr. Greenhill. I'm just, well, curious. I mean, I heard that when a place goes through a rough time like a famine, some folks can't always just sit around and wait for it to end. They'll look for other ways to make sure things stay steady, like making a few arrangements with their creditors. I'm sure you've heard all about that. Heh. And then Bromley goes, I don't know what you're suggesting, detective. He continues the same fucking line of, I'll have you know I've been nothing but straight with every noble I've dealt with. I don't need to make any shady deals with anybody. My family's been farming these lands for generations, and we've always managed to feed our people. We don't need any favors. You know what? You're out of line. This isn't about me or what I've done. It's about what's happening to this land. It's a famine. No one could have seen it coming. Homo goes, oh, I know. You wouldn't be the kind to make backdoor deals like selling land that isn't yours. Bromley goes, I don't know what you mean. Homer goes, see, that's exactly what I was wondering about, Mr. Greenhill. You're absolutely right. I'm sure you wouldn't do anything like that. But you see, there's something I don't quite understand. These arrangements with your creditors were all so simple. Just a matter of trading food for gold. Why'd they start getting so anxious all of a sudden? Steps closer to Bromley as Bromley's leaning back in his chair. I mean, like you said, friends, these noble folks, they'd be thrilled to get food, right? Especially now that with all that's going on. But it's funny how they're getting real impatient. The thing is, creditors don't usually get impatient over food. No, they get impatient when they think they're being cut out of something. You see, I did a little checking, Mr. Greenhill, and there's a few interesting things I came across. For example, that estate of yours, you've been holding on to it tight, real tight. Not a whole lot of selling on that. There was one little transaction that stood out. A piece of land you sold to a mysterious buyer. Now, it could just be a coincidence, but the land you just happened to have sold was, well, right next to a piece of land that one of your creditors was already building something. And he takes a step back away from Bromley and he smiles. He goes, now don't get me wrong. I'm sure it's all just one big misunderstanding. That's what I think, Mr. Hill. He rolls his cigarette around the air. I think you might have sold something that wasn't yours to sell, and a half-finished building? Well, some nobles might be fine with being brought off for food, but a land dispute sure can bring a lot of money in for someone who's so good at manipulation. He tilts his head, he goes, yeah, I'm sorry. I know it's a little out there, right? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me, and well, I'm sure you'll clear it up for me. And Bromley goes, even if I had made such a mistake, that is between me and my creditors to deal with. This has nothing to do with the famine. You all, he's like, oh, of course, of course. There's just one more thing that I want to ask. What exactly was that building meant to do again? And you see Bromley begins, like, his eyes wide, and then he just starts he runs into the wall of force and knocks himself out.
I believe we're beginning to see a pattern. Common
This is
negligence.
yes, this is the thing, gentlemen. One of these things.
Columbo's
at a
gonna
time.
turn to the other detectives. That, gentleman, is how you get it done.
Yeah, so this is the thing,
Get
gentlemen.
the culprit to
we are
kill
not
himself on a wall of force.
Yeah. we are not done yet, but as you can see, one of these things happening, understandable. Complete coincidence might happen. All of them happening at the same time. There's something to that.
Yeah, they all look at varying degrees of pissed, but more so they don't say anything because you people can, kill them. Like they've seen you fight Ravana. They're a little intimidated by
They
just
saw
your
you
presence.
fight Ravana and not die.
Yeah.
They know better.
Excuse
Yeah,
you,
they
they
know
didn't
better.
see you fight Ravana. No.
Except
Well, they
for
saw
one fool.
not use that. You're not
Except
good.
the gnome. The gnome looks almost like half bored. He just is just staring along with them because he's now in a room. He doesn't like being in a room. So
Fair.
as the gnome goes, I suppose it is my turn now to be yelled at about. And he just kind of purses his lips under the other. And he's like, whatever. And excuse me. Your last pair of investigators goes up and Poir goes, I am not like one of those big reveal types like all the others. Thornfield's big crime was that he is a baron of no barony. He owns the land, but he's like an absent father. Hastings has already contracted authorities to arrest the real troublemakers in his land. Frankly, I'm surprised you even got Baron Thornfield here. I suspect the next time something like this were to occur, you would just let it happen again. Thornfield, your crime is ineptitude. Look, we cannot arrest you for that, but were you even planning on paying the taxes? And Thornfield goes, nope. Hero goes, then you as you can see, gentlemen.
Tax evasion. Go. Nice.
Well, that is still a tax evasion is still a crime.
Thornfield goes and try and arrest me.
I mean,
Okay.
Is this a challenge? Like that's.
I
Yeah.
mean, it wouldn't be smart to challenge in this case. But the point is that even if your individualized efforts are not the singular cause of the famine, they all have, or they all will, continue to contribute to it. This
Miss Valeria,
beast,
yeah.
or no,
Yeah,
continue.
yes.
You go.
Yes, like Miss Valeria, I understand that this might have been a beast, as you said, that might have poisoned your land. But pray tell, would these not be notable changes, especially the poisonous potent that you're telling us about? With
Valeria
poisons of
goes,
this potency that we've experienced firsthand, would morph the earth around it as an immediate thing, and you not even knowing what the creature is to try and make an antidote to your lands before this spread any further. You must understand our questions about the situation.
Valeria, with her fan in front of her face, goes, you speak as if I know the moment the creature has fallen. The beast slowly poisoned the lands, and by the time that the real effects became apparent, only then do we begin making the preparations for dealing with it.
Then what was the beast?
No one's been able to get
What
close
is the
enough
poison?
to it. It's blood, I presume. I have
And have you-
I have alchemists working on trying to isolate it from our water supply and make an antidote for it, but I fear it may be some time.
Why did you not call for help for such a dire thing?
Because I have a reserve of funds, and going to our mighty emperor over every little thing is certainly grounds for finding oneself no longer a member of nobility. It is my land to be taken care of, and I am taking care of it. Of course, I am not doing so right now, but I find that more of an error on Norman's pets than my own.
Can I do a sense more on the part of where she says I am working on it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Damn, I
she's
like
not
it.
lying to you.
I mean, hold on. I can add a d6.
Yeah, she's not
I got
lying
a
to
small-
you.
Man, she's a politician, dude.
I
You
know.
need to get better than that.
Yeah,
I know, but I may as well.
yeah, she's not lying to you.
I figure.
Hold on, did you
I can
guys?
try too.
You guys didn't stupidly bring with you, did you?
No reason not
Yeah.
to.
All right, I guess I'll
You-
roll sense motive as well.
I mean, what is my sense motive
I
in this situation?
love my sense motive. Yay!
Hey, I could have instead given myself +4. I know it wouldn't have changed, but I need to remember. I now have sense motive. I should remember my key ability.
I see why you guys hire detectives.
I mean,
There you go, Zell. Finally being useful.
wow.
Wow.
Zell,
Come on,
you have suspicions that she's lying about stuff, but the complexity of her lies are actually really elaborate. You just feel like there's some untruth in there. You literally can't identify what the fuck she said was untrue. It's
God damn.
Zell rolled high enough to realize, okay, she's a noble and she has magic items on or something because her fucking she is lying about something. I have a hunch that there's untruths in there, but you know, I'm really only kind of like meeting the DC kind of, if you know what I mean.
Hold on.
It's just along the lines of like, even if she says as much, like, of course she's going to say something to save face, and it's just
Yeah.
like, in much the same way that
I can't
we have to
believe
provide
9 levels of aristocrat give you really hype love.
yeah, I mean,
I get it.
Miss Valeria, there.
well, the
Misunderstand that
words
there
are
ways.
all well and
I
good.
can't believe we came in here without a scroll of seek thoughts. Damn.
Yeah.
Miss Valeria, you must understand that there are many ways for us to see where the corpse has been and what has happened in that place.
Yes, I'm sure there are many ways that someone with your resources could, but just seeking out a wizard capable of accurately scrying it has been its own trial. And again, as I state, here I am being accused with the likes of that little fat man, and she points to the unconscious person, or a homeless. What are you exactly?
I'm
Cornfield goes.
confused. If the monster is upriver, why is it so hard to find if it's poisoning the river?
Because
Said it's
people
hard to be
die.
here.
People
Yeah.
die when they go up there. Now I can understand why you've hired these detectives, but if you really intend to keep me here, I do plan on informing Norman of why some of my issues haven't been settled sooner.
If you're entirely fine with people having more scrutiny on your own actions, I suppose I'm not against it. It's
At
a
the
two-edged
end-
sword crying to the Emperor.
Before you get back, we might as well have already found the corpse and get the information that we need, Miss Valeria.
And it's
I,
not you specifically we are holding, or at the very least, it's not you specifically I consider holding in contempt. Each one of you do have your own part to play in it.
Yes, I can see that, and I'm also quite thankful that you people seem to have a reputation for being killers from wherever you come from, lest I fear that one of our own killers would try and make a more suitable claim for the title. He's basically motioning at Cavershon and Ravenshade that are just fucking staring daggers at you, and in their heads are like formulating plans because like they aren't happy about this.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Well, instead of
I
only
I pull
piling
Maestro
abuse.
aside while they're talking, and I whisper to him as like, which river?
Yeah. I mean, assuming where she is, probably. I mean, in the map, I'll point where her territory is. Like, seek out the biggest
Yeah,
river.
I was gonna say, do you see this thing that cuts to the
The
Empire?
big ass river.
Yeah.
You
It's
see
like,
this
yeah,
big
but
ass
that's
river?
why I'm saying is like there's a couple rivers going through that area.
Yeah.
The big
It's
one.
the big one, the thickest.
You see that blue? That's water. The biggest amount of that blue is what you're looking for.
I'm just hearing the rotted thing now, where it's just like, do you know a long dick style? Never mind, don't answer that. I've seen you naked.
Now the question is, are these like, do the rivers in D mod work like normal rivers to where this is upstream and this is downstream?
I mean, you want to go to a river and see what direction it flows?
Well, no.
You could technically
Look,
determine it by
rivers
map.
flow towards like
Larger bodies.
God damn it! Stop snapping. This would be the end destination of the river.
Unless there's something on this side.
Ice mountains.
This would happen to be. This would need to be the sources because they flow and then they end up in the sea. Or
Yeah,
a lake.
that's probably correct, Pat. Meaning there's some dead beastie up here, according to her, in this
Yeah,
direction.
that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah. Okay. That's pretty much what's happening by what she said, or what she said.
Yeah. Well, instead of simply heaping abuse on one of you, since we do believe that this has been, well, what's the word?
Multifaceted?
Yeah, a multifaceted sort of problem. We can move next to the good Lord Ravenshade. Well, I see him, and he kind of like stares at the Sherlock, and he's like, "How the fuck do you not have evidence? What the hell?"
He goes, I assure you, I had the evidence. Someone's tampered with it.
Yes, I don't doubt it.
You want him to be like Moriarty, like he's just fucking.
Yeah, his fucking one guy. Yeah. I don't doubt you've got
Hey
your
Sherlock,
own.
do you happen to have like a rival that would really like to see you fail?
I do believe Lord Ravenshade is shaping up to be that man.
Where is your Watson?
Okay, a rotund dwarf walks up. Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm just glad to know that you've got one. Just glad to know that it's.
Well, of course, you hired me. You knew my name, sir.
Of course.
You lean away from him. Oh, fuck, I forgot.
Of course. Yeah, it's just along the lines of.
These people live off of tropes.
And, light as we may be with, our detectives' fumblings, I'm sure what has been gathered can be gathered once more. And...
Oh. Sorry, go on. I was just gonna say something about writing up the little thing, detectives. But you go ahead and say your thing before you forget it. Just me remember.
Yeah, I'll just say, what information has been gathered, assuredly can be gathered yet once more. But it is the point that, while I don't think any malice was meant by the Raven Shades, proper, oversight is necessary.
Yeah, Ravenshade goes, you intend to also accuse my daughter of a crime you have no evidence for?
Not at this moment. But...
And it should stay that way. Okay, so the thing I was gonna say was, my dad really, really wanted me to, like, because I was, like, watching shows and saying, like, hey, do you know any other detectives and stuff? He really wanted me to, like, look at Charlie Chan. And he pulls me to this, like, 1948 movie thing. And I'm like, is this gonna be, like, really racist and inappropriate? And he's just like, well, it's 1948. I'm like, I can't use this. I'm gonna get in trouble. I wanted to point out, I do, like, I don't know if it was, like, because it wasn't the first thing that he went on, and he's had plenty of successful things, but he was a surprisingly well-respectable character, because he speaks like an old Chinese man, where he's just like, you know, no leave parlor, you know, but, like, everyone treats him like a genius detective and shows him respect. So, I find that quite endearing, that he was just a first generation, like, he came from China to America and became a detective. people treat him with respect because he's intelligent. He has a son in the movie who speaks perfectly fine because he's a first-generation American or whatever. And he also his Chinese son has a black guy named Chattanooga who goes around going, gee willikers, you get scared. So I just wanted to point out, like, God, they were so close. Also, I kind of hate how Charlie Chan randomly drops made-up Zen koans, where he's just like, man who run from tiger find himself tired. I'm like, what the fuck was that? When he said that, I'm like, men who run in front of car get tired. Men who run behind car get exhausted. Like, like he constantly dropped these little koans where it was just like, he was constantly dropping these little nuggets of like wisdom for the crime, and I hated that the entire mystery was solved because Chattanooga randomly blaxploitations himself into the final crime scene area, and then everybody just waits there for the criminal to show up.
But I do enjoy me just thinking of this actor just playing this character, and as soon as they say cut, he just goes to the director, like, I'm going to kill you.
Also, the criminal was like, oh, it's a woman, we can't punch her. And then it cuts to a guy in a wig, and he does like a punch on one of the people, and you feel a weighty smack sound effect. Someone goes, that's no woman, that's a man in a wig, and they uppercut him. Like, I just wanted to point out, like, there is no way I could use Charlie Chan, sorry.
To be fair, that joke is coming back.
Yeah, that joke is coming back. That being said, I am genuinely intrigued by the idea of having, like, some hobgoblin character in Harland who speaks really shitty common, but people respect him because he's intelligent. Like, it's not his first language. It's like the heavy weapons guy. Like, I like that kind of thing, where it's just like, doctor, but if you speak Russian with him, he has multiple literary degrees. I like that thing, where it's like, people who speak English as a second language aren't always portrayed as well.
People respect this hobgoblin a little more if he's not pro-war. It's like, this is rare.
Yeah. Alright, so as you were saying to them, I just wanted to point out the Charlie Chan thing, because oh my god.
Yeah. As of yet. In any case...
Unfortunately, none of the detectives got any proof, so this is...
Yeah,
Columbo
the biggest issue...
Columbo and Perot basically got their guy.
Yeah.
In fact, Perot explicitly stated he's already had his assistant get the authority to arrest the people being problematic. What Thornfield apparently did in Perot's eyes is nothing, which is the worst crime of all.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, when you're responsible by a piece of land and you do nothing about its problems, then you shouldn't be responsible, because that's literally, your job.
Basically what I'm saying is you guys got 2 out of 5, and part of the thing is, like, to be fair, in some of these cases, the people are well more, what's the word, accommodating for the script as opposed to being nuh-uh.
Yeah. I mean, the real issue is we can totally see the things that connect the last remaining 3 people.
Oh yeah, exactly. Plus, I mean, every detective show also has a thing where, like, Monk half solves the issue, gets ridiculed, but then he comes back later going, I know how she's done it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm waiting for him.
Yeah, it's just along the
lines.
lines.
You guys right now. Either wait longer for him to solve it or do it now.
Yeah.
Joe,
Give me a second.
I'm sure there's search your spell list for the mythic spell that gives them like insight.
Yeah, give me a second. You come here, Monk.
Okay. Yeah, Monk's like, what do you want? I'm
going to essentially put something rotating above his head, and I'm just going to cast Bit of Luck on him. Think hard.
You cast Bit of Luck on him, and he begins, like, moving his hands to try and brush all the little fake magic dust you threw around on him.
He gets a 3d8 on his next check.
On his next check. I will spend that check. I will spend that check on Perform Clean.
Okay. Very cool. Okay, I was just trying to see if we could bring blast it.
I understand, but I'm just making fun of the fact that he is a horribly OCD riddled person.
Horribly OCD
Very well. I guess he's
germaphobe.
not going to be any help then.
I mean, Joe, since you haven't seen Monk, there's literally an episode where they take Monk to the cleanest room in the world, and he thinks so clearly he solves the crime.
Oh.
And send him to fucking space.
Put him in a wall of force box and then just filter out all the air.
I'm just saying, since he's using that check to clean, he's just like, my God, everything's getting clearer, physically, I mean. But yeah, I'm just making fun of the fact that it's like I get what you mean, Joe, but an investigation check isn't just made on a random intelligence check.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to see if he can remember better. It's like trying to get some of the clues that he already got, and especially after the other detectives that present something, to see if he could extrapolate something from that. If he can,
It's to be fair. I have an answer for him if something happens, but I also have all the pieces laid out for you guys so that we could justify that you people are also playing this game.
Yeah. I mean, it just seems like the biggest issue is that we don't necessarily have proof. Like, yeah, I think it's clear that fucking Valeria had been negligent about this monster, or was just like, I don't have the time or fucking resources by which to deal with it, and then she refused to call out for help. Like,
Here, Joe,
getting proof.
Joe, I'll do this for you. While he's cleaning, you can hear Monk mumble, like, trying to piece it together, like, something to do with her heritage. She was hiding it. Why?
It probably is some fucking elven-related beast or some shit like that.
Yeah, but
I guess.
I mean, wasn't the problem that she was...
The elves are over here, and the beast is over here.
Of course they are, but fucking people migrated.
Yeah.
I guess, would that be something to know about? Like, we aren't familiar with the world, of course.
Yeah.
And all this shit, but like, would there be knowledge on some sort of beast that is related to the Valerians?
household.
Yeah.
Oh, her specifically? Yeah, you could give me a nobility check.
Well, he has the limit rake, so.
Yeah, it'd be me, like, pulling up our goodness as well. Like,
Hold on, Lady Sayers. Let me teach you about a little technique I have known as Google Foo.
Google Foo.
This motherfucker is just like, hold on, I can solve the crime. And the man pulls up, like, he starts casting a cache of communion in front of her. He pulls up Wikipedia and Google's early life. Like, Jesus.
Early life.
What's that thing of Hugh on the ground? You don't need to always go to Wikipedia for early life, Jimbo. Sometimes you just know.
So now, as you're going to Google, make sure the detective can check it.
Yeah, I'll open this up, like, here. Since this seems to be an issue with you as well, I'm like, look at this argument.
Because I think you'll laugh.
Nobility.
So 3 more.
Yeah. 46.
Damn, Jackson out here just trying to one-up you.
Yeah.
You mean 47?
Yeah, probably. That's probably the math.
Okay.
Yes, that's +3.
I can use names, but I feel like I would only confuse things. You know, I said sometimes I'll just try and spell out things sooner for you, so this will be easier, okay, right?
Sure.
Okay.
So, her grandfather, the elf, has... I wouldn't say it's like their... It's akin to a heraldry of sorts. Her grandfather, the elf, had a, like, Mayan mythological, like, beast as his, like, a heraldry. And part of that involved a kind of sacred, like, it's a pain taster-like thing, but I mean, the Mayans are weird. So he had like this ritualist like bloodletting thing where he infused mercury and cinnabar in with his body for the spiritual significance. Again, it's old Mayan bullshit, right? So he's an old elf doing weird old things. So he is creating a toxic microcytosis kind of thing, and in a way, if she were doing this, this would toxify the water because of the cleansing part of the ritual. Like, where does that all that poison go? The water, but also a little bit of mercury don't do that. But
a lot of bit of mercury do that.
A lot of bit of mercury plus whatever stupid magic his fucking ritual was enacting. Like,
yeah. To be fair, if her whole city was doing this, like what actual ancient Maya cities would have, like there are Mayan cities that are still riddled with mercury poisoning today from what they used to do with a long time ago because they had so many people doing it. But that's neither here nor there. If only her grandfather was doing it, that's one thing. But her like Cheshan beast, this however the fuck you look. Part of the reason I'm not saying it is I can't pronounce this thing. The fucking funny lion-headed creature thingy also has this mercury blood, so that would explain why there's suddenly a whole lot of this like hard to see liquid in the fucking river poisoning the land around it. It doesn't exactly explain why it would be poisoning people who just walk up to it, but that's not the nobility check, and also, it's a different check entirely, but you can assume maybe the creature's blood is just toxic in general. I mean, bro, what if you walked into a room and you were breathing mercury? Yeah,
it might just be getting fucking turned gaseous.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I wasn't really. That's why I wasn't really calling for a check, Joe, because I know he's going to do fine with it.
Yeah, like it's just evaporating in some way, shape, or form, and it's just causing a like.
We have to remember that
near here zone.
We have to remember that despite rolling better than Scrivenseer's check is like 19 higher than Ur's.
I rolled better. I got that 10. No.
You have like an Akashic Communion bonus all the time for checks like this, so
Of course. I took the limit break.
Yeah, you'd say your first limit break was like, I know everything. I'm like, oh Jesus.
I mean, that wasn't even his first LBS. That was the character itself. Before giving the abilities.
Oh, no,
it was my first LBS,
though. It was your first limit break. Don't fuck with me.
Sorry,
I decided to start without like a limit break that would help us fight. Instead, I decided to know everything.
I mean, to be fair, constant Akashic Communion bonuses have been doing you good.
Absolutely.
I guess with Lucky, I'll die with Lucky.
So
Lucky has been making people rich.
Yeah, the beast is something that's from her grandfather's time, not necessarily like. Is it to assume that her like land is still upholding the practices?
There's no way of telling you from that with the information you have, but
okay, I guess
there's many ways you could draw parallels. Maybe she's hiding her thing because her grandfather was keeping safe the beast and it died or something. I mean, the main issue is that her grandfather had like, and I use this without pun, toxic-like traditions from an old country kind of view, which could explain why she does not want to associate with him at all, even though she has little pointy ears that you would go, you're a half elf.
And by the way, just a thing to remember, because it's mentioned on the first time you got information.
Yeah.
Unless he was killed, he's still alive.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's still that little point.
He's still fine. He's still fine, but assumedly the beast that died is not.
I mean, the question would also be, where the fuck did this beast suddenly come from upriver?
I mean, her land is huge, so wouldn't her land extend to that upriver?
Yeah, I guess. She has like a river city, so I suppose it does go long than it does go wide.
Assuming that she decided to like, let's stick him all the way in the back of the land of plains, so nobody fucking ever runs into it, and now it's
I'd like to
downstream.
point out that if we're going on that kind of hypothesis, this is implying that she has been taking care of the beast. I'm just throwing out, like, there are jumps we're making, any of them could be right still.
I guess it's more so along the lines of, well, it is a tentative theory.
And
I'm gonna, like, I'm not gonna touch Monk because obviously that'll cause another issue. I'll just like point him at like this information and I'll be relaying to him like, her grandfather, you are on the right track. His beast. The mercury in the air, evaporation, and in the water. Can't get near it, can't fix it. Something.
Okay. Okay, so since you're trying to help Monk here, you're trying to redeem your favorite show character. Monk goes, yes, you were so afraid of people knowing about your family history, even though anyone with a decent pair of eyes could see that. But why would the beast be here? You were protecting the beast, but why would it be dead? It's like he's still confused, and Saris is going, I don't know what you're talking about with my family history and beast. And I'm definitely going to be repeating what it's occurred here to Norman.
Did you decide to kill your heraldry for this plan of yours?
Maybe to eliminate also a piece of the history that you so want to hide.
Her eyes are narrowed in annoyance as she's just going, if all you're doing is just randomly flinging shit against the wall until something sticks, I'd say you would do better actually doing without the company of someone that you're trying to accuse.
So is that not the beast that was slain in your territory? The beast that
we
your families
wouldn't
worship?
confirm it as such if we went to this river and found this beast?
I can see that the people from your world have poor memories, as I'll repeat once more. I do not know what the beast looks like.
You tell us you don't know what the beast looks like.
Proof goes
That might
both
not be the
ways.
same.
You can claim one thing and it can be utterly untrue.
Well, I suppose I could tell you that I'm a woman and you'd go, no. But I still don't intend to lift up my skirt and show you.
I wouldn't dare ask.
And yet
It's not
you
nearly as
contain me
important.
within this dark room in Cabochon's fortress, where the floors smell of mildew.
No,
I request one final time that you let me go, or I will consider this a kidnapping.
We love that.
I guess it's like, then I shall just gather proof.
Then our proof will be gathered. And,
I will stamp away. I'll go check.
Are you letting her go, or is she just going to consider this a kidnapping?
Not already considered this a kidnapping?
I mean, we know it is essential. We did invite them here, and they just said we make them stay here for 30 minutes, and then we're letting them leave. The thing is, we gathered a lot of information about what they're doing. Now, the only two things. No, this is out of character. The only issue is for the guy in the fort. It's very suspicious, but he technically hasn't done anything yet. What the most we can do is that he hasn't given relief to his people, despite having so much food stocked up.
Yeah. But also, like he said, they're not starving because they haven't thought about committing villainous acts.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Yeah, that's an insane idea. Like, they don't have the fucking energy to commit.
They're not starving because they haven't started eating themselves.
So then there's then this thing is, we need to either be able to talk with the daughter, or we need to find the mage that did this.
Well, it's also bringing our findings as well. Like, if they're so intent on being like, yeah, we're just gonna go to Norman, it's like, okay, well,
we'll go to him ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. All right, everyone, hand in hand, let's go to Norman.
Thank God this is out of character, and you're not in front of Ravenshade going, maybe we should go talk to that daughter of yours, and watch how he jumps at you. He pulls the Palpatine.
I mean, then he would go for jail for assault.
Well, no, we basically badgered him into it then at that point.
So, yeah, but laws don't work
I know.
like that closely. So what
I can't believe locking somebody in a room and saying, I'm gonna get your daughter.
Yeah. Why
I
aren't we
think that's
allowed?
a bit of embellishment, but okay.
We should be allowed to unlawfully imprison people and then threaten their family.
You have locked him in a room. Are you
That's
letting
what I
her
said.
go? Are you letting her go, or is she going to consider this kidnapping?
I think it's fine to let her go, and then we'll gather our
Yeah, sure.
proof and then show it. Like
Ma-
it does.
Maestro
Like
already
this
went to see the
denouement
court.
is more so for the detectives, which is
I know
crazy
you said
because
Maestro disappeared. I didn't hear you say Maestro got rid of his walls.
I'm getting rid of my walls as well. Like, he's not the only one who fucking
Alright.
can get rid
Well,
of walls.
Yeah,
everyone will walk out except for Bromley, who's on the floor, and Cavershon, who's going. Now, then he slams his fist on like the table and it breaks in half, and he goes, "Now show me the rest of these security errors."
Well, first and foremost, you shouldn't allow us to do that. He just like points to the wall that's still up on the door, like.
You didn't check for names on the invitations. That was freeze you.
Yeah, it was perhaps not the best idea to not put the pieces together of who we were inviting, and that they were all, well, potentially tangentially related to this.
Yeah, you can
Also,
go
your
off on
territory is
about
getting
that.
slowly your territory is getting slowly covered by poison, and yeah, I didn't see you badgering her to fix that.
And your people will probably have some not mild amount of unrest, because whichever ones can manage to scrounge up food now while they're not eating themselves, if it comes to eating themselves or breaking in here, they're going to choose the other one.
Yeah.
Then you
Also, I
leave it.
guess also it's worth noting that Ravenshade's gonna, as he's walking out, he's gonna like look at the Sherlock guy. He's gonna go, "If I ever see you in my lands, you'll die." Sherlock's gonna go, "It's not the first time I've had that threat."
Oh,
Ravensshade just
exactly.
continues staring
An
at
extradition
him.
threat. Extradition threat. There we go.
Yeah. Extradition
something.
threat. That's something. Okay, go on. So,
Yeah.
what are you guys doing after you take Kevishron around and you show him why Force Wall is a
I'll
horrible
whisper.
thing?
I'll just whisper to Sherlock.
Perhaps
like,
you should understand what a caster is and the things that they can do.
Yeah, Kevishron
saw-
goes.
Make
I've fought
invisible
casters before.
walls that you
I fought
can't
casters
see.
before. I know how to defeat casters. But considering you are a guest in my home, I do not dare demonstrate how to defeat a caster.
Okay, but imagine, if you will, this, and I just float 15 feet up, like...
You float 15 feet up. He goes, "I have an axe."
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I
Then
don't
what if
doubt
I
that
do?
you do, but I can't imagine it'd be very easy to utilize it from all the way down there.
I can also
I
see
just
your
imagine-
nuts.
also, aren't you currently not here, but on checking
What
the
was
corpse?
that?
No.
He said, "I
Yeah,
can
no,
also
I'm
see
going-
your nuts."
The joke I was
There's
the joke
no
I was
way
going
you can see my nuts.
He's
There is
implying,
a
he's,
skin
he-
fight too.
he's implying he's going to use a throwing axe on your nads to defeat you.
Yes, but casters, while they do not wear armor, are also subjective to defensive magics.
I love the idea of you just going, what about this? And you start shrinking, then
Yeah,
and there's a
he's-
multiple of you, then like fog cloud
Yeah,
shows up.
also, yeah, how about this? Fucking
Yeah.
just turns on fog cloud.
He just is like, "Perhaps when you are not a guest in my home, we can settle things the way the people in the Land of Fire settle things."
I look at this.
What?
I,
Zelga's like, why are we threatening each other?
I'm not threatening him. He wanted
Yeah,
to know
he was
security
doing what he asked.
concerns.
Everyone knows I'm not threatening them either. I am merely explaining that I can defeat casters.
he's not
That's
threatening
cool.
him. He's just asking for the fucking smoke.
Be that as it may,
know-
in any case.
Cavershon squints at Zell. "I don't remember you, Vervana."
He was
I
there.
was there at the start.
Hmm.
Then
You
then I
know,
did
there are
I
many
did something that
people who-
Ravana.
There are many people who claim false glory for things that they did not do. I believe
Well,
you
no,
should not hang
Ravana.
around
I
these
did something to
true heroes.
Ravana that he didn't like, and then he punched me into out.
That's not how
I'll
the
take it
dungeon
back.
works.
It is
I mean,
when
the
you wear a
dungeon usually
magic
is also
item.
isn't shown to everyone outside, plus the floor moving. But you know,
I've examined your Battle of Ravana many times. You were not there.
That's been recorded? Yeah.
Quite expensive.
Well,
One of
I
these
don't,
copies.
I don't care what you think.
It's not even like our
Hey,
best
I've got
showing.
to go. I've got a river to swim up. Can we like get going?
I
Yeah,
think
let's go.
Master was just going to teleport because you probably shouldn't swim in, poisonous water.
We don't know until I start getting sick. Now, do we?
Cabochon's
I
just like,
agree.
never mind, you seem alright.
Yeah, I
My
agree. This is
final-
a great plan. We should definitely let
My
Cell.
only
you know,
bit
put
of
himself-
advice, Lord Cabochon, might be that you don't see your people as, well, potential combatants. They look to you for their aid.
A good city is a defended city.
And a good people are a defended people, a well-fed people.
And they are fed.
For now, yes. However, this land is suffering. I only hope that if things get worse, you continue to see it that they are kept as safe as possible.
Well, by all means, find me a farmer.
Just look at Sam and just like, yeah, I know a farmer. I know a farmer. We have
I raise my hand like you.
Yeah, we have infinite bananas or whatever.
Not yet. There's
Do
there's
you
still
tell them
growing.
that?
No,
Okay.
I'm not saying that specifically because that's insane.
I
mean, I
have
have
you heard
rice
the way
too.
Cabochon talks? I think he'd accept that.
I have
I mean,
enough
we
rice
do
to feed
have-
probably the entire land of plains for a few days.
Yeah, probably for a few days, but the issue is whatever issues wouldn't just last a few days.
Yes, no, but that's just the rice. Like again, I have
Yeah,
a few thousand servings of rice.
yeah. It's
2,000 would not feed the land of plains for a day. If you're
also,
feeding the
yeah,
entirety of the
definitely
plains.
not.
I mean, it's magical one that I'm speaking about, but are there that many people?
There's more than 2,000 people.
There's assuredly, yeah.
Pedro, look at the map and count how many miles that is.
I don't
It's
know
a
how much of it isn't just
fuckload.
farm, but fair.
I mean, no. Pedro raises a good point that a lot of it's farm, but also consider any single house that has a lot of farm, like the Rares, also contains like 50 fucking people.
It
That's
is also
true.
the
Also,
case
they're all
that
small,
it's,
so they fit more in tight spaces.
it's
Yeah,
not only the land of plains that suffers if the land of plains crops suck.
Yeah, pretty much everyone in these areas. We're safe haven. There we
All
go.
over here
Yeah.
starts suffering when these people's crops start suffering.
Hell, the land of sand starts suffering.
Probably because they
Exactly.
import a lot of food.
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Wouldn't the
that
land
is-
doesn't the land of sand also get a lot of fruits from the land of tree?
Probably.
Yes, but that's just
probably.
fruit.
It's probably also not gotten in amounts that can feed, lands for a while. Because they're probably complementary.
The point is, us trying to
all I'm
work at
saying,
fixing this is...
If the major food production of the fucking continent goes down, people are going to be a fair bit more miffed than, the major Bladestorm department going, I can't think of anything. Like, food takes precedence over everything else in life, I think. People need it to survive.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's also why we're being so hard on them.
Yeah.
Because this is the thing. There has been no attempt to dispel this curse on their life.
Oh yeah,
I mean, there probably
that's
has.
not true. Like Sarah said, she's only recently discovered it because you guys are attacking the famine issue really early. So even though the famine's starting, she couldn't identify what the fuck was happening until just now.
I mean, the issue is that because she's pushed away her own shit so far, it's like entirely out of everyone's scope. Like,
Yeah,
she has done too good a job at hiding it, and that's the problem.
Like, let's see. Cabochon, like Cabochon said, his reserves of food can be spread out in terms of emergency. Right now, the famine is only making it so that people miss like a meal or two a day, and he doesn't consider that worth of issue. She's only now dealing with the poisoning thing, and something's happened to her crops. Supposedly, that's being amplified by a wizard spell that the Raven Shades had somebody cast, so that their name would go untarnished. But that tarnished the lands because wizards are dickbags. Bromley has been fucking over people that he owes money to, causing problems to arise from that. And fucking Thorny here. Thorny is just allowed bad people to do bad things in his lands because if they're not in his forest, he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, I find
and
it
if
funny 'cause
they're handled already, then we can deal with the other 3 effectively.
Yeah.
yeah. Also, I
I mean,
do
that's the
love the
thing.
entire thing. Like, we first thought it was 5 people working to get to a problem. No, it's just 5 people who want to save themselves, so small problems are becoming together into a big one.
I mean,
Yeah,
this is the thing
coincidences happen.
is
Yes, but it's
we
the
are.
that, like, if at least like half of you did your job correctly,
Could you imagine the
this wouldn't
wizard
happen.
thing if the wizard thing is indeed true, that the wizard spell was literally like, no, I have a perfectly normal spell that makes it so people don't talk bad about the Raven Shades. He goes like, yeah, but the land has mercury poisoning. He goes, well, of course if the land is tainted with mercury, the spell would do that, but what the fuck are the chances of that? Don't get mad at me.
Yeah, no, the fault is that you really were like, you want to save your name so badly, you got an entire fucking wizard to basically mind control the entire world. The fuck?
Yeah, the fault is that's an insane spell to want to have cast on your land.
Yeah, because it's not, like you're saying, it's like, it's a spell where no one can talk bad about you. That's like fucking huge
I-
area mind control shit.
I do
Didn't
think
South Park have an episode about that?
probably
Probably.
fucking Phineas and Ferb has an episode about that.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
again,
Doofenshmirtz has
so-
done shit like that.
it's up to you guys to still solve the issue or come back in a
And
month once more,
Aglet.
because that is brain fest.
I mean,
Well, yeah,
for
I
months
figure
we're
our
going
next
out back
point
to
of
beast.
business is going
the-
to that beast,
Alright,
and then
let's,
looking
let's,
for
Joe,
this.
Joe
big
said he
bag.
like teleported up there. Joe, you're eventually gonna find the thing, I assume.
yeah, because beyond also having the tea, so the poison won't affect me. The really important part is we're getting all this information because this information is going straight to Norman.
Okay. First off, Joe, give me a fort save. And secondly, yeah, eventually, if you're just walking around, you'll find that the river looks normal-ish, maybe a little reddy, but I mean, it's, you've seen red rivers before. It's not unnatural. And
Depends.
the land is really the signifier of that you're coming up to this place is that the ground is the grass is dead.
Discolorating.
I think is good. Yeah, discolorating is thank you. That's the best way of putting it. The grass is discolorating, and as you approach closer, I'll let you just keep that because that's a good fort save. Eventually, and it's like assuming you're teleporting around, even wasting spell slots just to make this happen in the same day that you look for this, you will eventually find a creature that is
I might have found it.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm just gonna say it would be, at least to me, hilarious if like we found the beast and we go check like on our house. There's like letters I never opened because they're from my grandfather, and the most recent was just like, my beast died in your river. You should take care of it before it becomes a problem.
It's really wow. It's really not that big. It's like you find like a fucked up jaguar lion looking thing on the ground. It's like its skin is green and it's like bleeding this like red ichor.
Yuck.
Well,
And also the air burns your lungs and your tea is immediately dispelled.
Oh, what the hell?
You're fine.
Damn, he's that poisonous.
so what I'm going
He's
to
cursing
do
an entire
is
land.
Is it
I'm
poison or
going.
disease?
Also, I should
First,
say the
I'm going-
land directly around
Okay.
him, that grass is no. I'm just saying the discolored thing. The directly around him, the grass and land and everything. That's just like fucking brown dirt now.
It's bedrock.
I am.
There.
I am going to cast Life Bubble.
On it.
No, on me.
Oh, okay. Okay. You're fine for a bit. You'll find that your life bubble will probably break as you see that it's dissolving a hole through it, much like how the grass has been disintegrated around it.
Turbo greenhouse gases pop right through the ozone layer.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like I said, Joe will be fine for a bit. I'm just letting him know that it is eating through magic. His tea gets destroyed, his life bubble will be destroyed. If you have a protection against it, it will wither through it.
That's fine. I'll just keep casting it for now.
Yeah, no, you're just hanging around for now. What are you doing?
Disintegrate!
Disintegrate is what you should do to the body, yes.
Yes!
I mean, first we need to grab the evidence, so you should have
it's
taken my
proof.
camera.
Let's grab the body and teleport to Ceres' house. Does this look familiar? And then it just cuts
Take
to
it-
Ceres being a corpse. Yeah,
Yeah.
give me the silent treatment all you like, but I'll find
No.
the truth.
Pick up the body, teleport to Norman. Hey, Norman, look what we found in the fucking land of plains.
I mean, there are a bunch of paladins around.
Okay,
I'm sure
hold up,
right?
Joe.
Uh,
Can,
Yeah.
Can wizards cast neutralize poison?
probably not.
You're reminded of Maple as you watch your fucking second life bubble being deteriorated, and you go, "Wow!"
You can
and I
cast
saved
neutralize
against
poison
this.
on an object to render
Oh.
it
It's
neutralized.
not a spell you can cast unless it's from
So,
the Eldritch School, I guess.
I'm going to. So I will check that, but
I'd also like to
I'm
point
going
out
to-
that I said it's like the size of a lion, right? It's like the size of a lion. It's like a medium-sized creature, basically. It has been bleeding for how many days?
Too long.
I'm going to
Oh,
use
so it's
my
not dead.
I'm going to use my extend rod to cast a blood biography on it.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
How
You
was
use
your
your-
bloodshed?
You use blood biography extend so that you're nowhere near it, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have
He
to
doesn't
touch
want to
the
touch
blood.
it. He does not want to touch it.
Okay. Who
Logically
are you?
so.
Who are you? The what are you? How was your bloodshed? Fuck if I know. When was your bloodshed? Approximately 39 days ago.
What do
Christ.
you mean? When the fuck?
Oh, so it was like right around when we hired them.
Yeah, like around the famine beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean, fuck if I know? It doesn't know how it suddenly got God. Something
No,
surprised it.
it doesn't say this.
No,
he
it-
just
it
learns it.
Yeah,
Best
it
to
tells
the
me
best-
the events that
To
caused
the best
the
of the
wound.
victim's knowledge.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, whatever. I know how to read, unlike people here.
How the hell does it not know how a wound was caused?
Sneak attack. You never saw it
You
coming.
should change the
Especially that
wording to the best of how
God's
something else
ability.
knows. Yeah.
The
Yeah, would you like to brief outline events
what
that
is
cause
the
this wound to
opposite
the
of
best
the
of the
victim's
God's
knowledge? What is
knowledge?
the opposite of victim?
Oh,
everything
no.
but
To
the
the best
culprit.
of the perpetrator.
Oh, the
Yes,
culprits.
the perpetrator.
Yeah,
The culprit's knowledge.
the best of
Okay,
the
everyone's screaming at
perpetrators'
me.
Alright.
knowledge.
You want to cast blood
Yeah.
biography again, making this change?
Sure.
Alright. Joe takes damage, doesn't matter, he'll heal. Who are
Alright,
you?
go.
The Chi-Chi. What are you? The Chi-Chi. The Cha-Cha-Chia. That's how I'm fucking reading it from now on. It is a jade-skinned lion creature thing. Cha-Cha-Chian. I don't...
Can you write the name? I want to go see
Yeah,
it.
could you
like
write
how
the
it was
fucking-
depicted.
Yeah. The more I write, it's such a minor creature. How was your bloodshed to the best of the perpetrator's knowledge? Best of the perpetrator's knowledge. You're choosing that, right? Brief outline events. I snuck up on the beast and stabbed it in its heart and ran when I started coughing up blood.
Okay, now how can we change the spell so it tells us who that person is?
When was your bloodshed?
just need to
Like
cast a
39
different
days ago
spell.
in 5 minutes.
I'm sure there is
Hmm.
some fucking weird ass spell that could tell me.
You could like retrocognition to
Yeah.
try and see the guy or something.
Yeah, like... can
Yeah,
you
it's- I know
retrocognition to,
exactly when
like,
it
30
was.
minutes ago? Yeah. You know when it was.
Let me retro.
See, what Pat needs to be happy about is blood biography appears in a language you can read, even if the creature doesn't know that language.
You know, I'm also trying to remember because, like, I'm pretty sure we looked for this exact spell.
Last hour. That's not gonna work.
Yeah? Keep reading.
What if Joe teleports back in time an hour before it was killed?
Just keep reading, it'll get to it.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can't just keep going. He got to it.
There you go.
Just a second, I'm just checking my collection of spells and mostly just opening the Eldritch thing because it's a third-party thing. So, what?
No, I'm just saying because I just saw a name. I was like, hold on, this by the name could be interesting. Let me see the fuck it does. Oh no, it's for history checks. Damn. It's view the past. I'm like, hold on.
Hold on. This is history now. No fucking that.
It's just like this allows to experience events from up to 10 years per
Oh,
caster
mighty
level.
Akasha Communion.
Actually-
Did somebody
Yeah.
write this in Archivist?
Oh, no, wait, this works! You experience events at a location as if you were present when the event occurred. If you are trained in the skill, you can make a knowledge history check with a plus 500 level to the event, but it still tells you go to see what happened. So you can actually go and see it. This is a Sorcerer Wizard spell
What
level 2.
spell are you talking about, Pedro?
Ah, fuck, it's third party. Fuck you!
Yeah. Stop.
Fuck you, Google, for not telling me first.
It's like
Now
check
chances-
the spell source. Check the spell source.
Yeah, why the fuck doesn't
How about you, Jason? Do you know any good
D20 have a
spells?
better warning?
Oh fuck, that's good.
How about you, Jason? You know any good spells for them? For us?
Skip.
Okay.
So true.
Just a second, I'm trying
Replay
to.
tracks.
That one sucks. I'm pretty sure, but
This
yeah.
spell allows you to reconstruct past events that occurred in the current location based on the tracks and other signs left behind. It reveals events that occurred while the tracks that serve as the focus for the spell were being left, revealing events in the order they happened in real time or in reverse, depending on whether you were following the tracks forward or backwards.
I was specifically looking for that spell because I remembered it from when I had made like the druid version of Govar.
Although the image isn't clear enough to make out details such as a creature's exact identity, you can attempt survival checks to follow tracks as part of concentrating on the spell that are
What's the name?
revealed by the spell.
Replay tracks is what he's talking about. It's a druid, inquisitor, medium, occultist, psychic, ranger spell.
I can't cast it, but if I get a scroll of it, I have the survival to do that part.
Yeah, and then you can concentrate to up to 1 hour per level. So then we could actually follow the tracks to whoever did the deed or wherever the
I
monster
promise
came
you,
from,
whoever
or
did
whatever
the
we're
deed
gonna
is
do with
not
it.
still alive, probably.
I mean,
If he stabbed that thing in the heart, then it was like it got his blood on him.
Hey,
I mean, he
this
may have been
is-
able to cleanse it if he's strong enough to kill. Actually, I guess very strong
Yes.
poison. We
Hey,
don't.
that-
think it is.
You'd
That's
have to-
something.
he has
Replay
to have-
tracks gives us the most out of what we're looking for.
Yeah.
He has to have enough of a sneak attack to basically one-shot a powerful creature such as this.
Or
Yeah.
he could have been. I mean, he could have been at least a 10th level and have assassinate. So
Yeah, probably that. That's the most mechanically sound thing. Thematically, you might have just gotten lucky and got the guy in the heart, or rolled 3 20s.
Thematically, he wasn't
knows?
playing
Maybe he
Pathfinder and he
had the
actually caught
called-
something unaware and killed it.
guys,
Yeah.
maybe he had the called shots limit break.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, yeah, that's more than possible.
Nobody picks that up. Nobody hates themselves now.
It's because it doesn't exist
Isn't there one similar to that?
to us. It doesn't exist to us
Oh,
because we haven't found it yet.
yeah. No, but yeah, we can go with this plan.
I'm
Yeah.
just checking if there's anything.
Speak with dead.
We
It
already
doesn't
know
know.
what this is gonna tell us.
It's not. It's stupid. Yeah. I like the timbre of the click.
Let me see. Nope, this wouldn't work.
Anything to do retrocognition. Or anything to not do retrocognition.
I mean, it's more because I can't cast it, so I need to go get a scroll of it.
Dang.
Yeah,
It's
it's
seventh level.
It's 7th level.
We're
Or
level
like
level.
one teleport links away from Milan's shop.
I mean, yeah, I can try to see. I guess I'll try to go see if they have it.
I'll go.
Take your good luck
You should
charm.
bring me with you.
You like
I will.
you teleport
I will
over to Land's
move-
shop with a half dissolved life bubble. She's like, "Welcome. What the fuck happened to you?" Oh. Sorry, you're gonna teleport to Pedro first.
What the hell?
I mean, if he's still in this same place, sure. You just see Vicky messages like need Sam. It just disappear
Yeah.
again.
Okay.
For what it's worth,
My
because
EA
they,
finishes on the
because,
other place.
because they are moving around. There's definitely, just for what it's worth, You probably teleport there, you scream for them, they'll be around, and unless you're D-dooring right to him to abduct him immediately, I think there's enough time for you walking up to them for them to ask what's going on. If they choose to do so.
I mean, if he
Hold
just
on, let me say
says
the joke.
needs...
My Astro calls, I turn into an Earth Elemental, I look at Kabashan and says, you also should protect against this. I walk through the walls up to
You
my
run
Astro.
it, you hit your head in the wall and fall over like Bromley. And then you hear
Yeah,
Kabashan going, I have!
Good thing I didn't did it, because I said it as a joke. Go back
No,
if you didn't do it.
Do it. Funny.
Do it. It's funny. Funny.
No, for that I'll just become material.
What
Easy.
the hell, man? You're killing the bit.
Actually, probably doesn't have protection against etherealness. We should tell him that.
So yeah, go get Sam to see if there's something of the sort.
Alright, and as you're teleporting Sam over, do you land and go like, by the way, what the fuck was with that elemental thing? You're like Bromley. Alright, so you're going to Lon's shop with Sam.
Yeah.
And you're looking for a scroll of retrocognition.
Yes.
Sure, there's fucking 10 of them. Very popular right now.
I'll grab 2 of them.
Sorry, Pedro's here. I should actually explode that. There's 16 of them here.
I should explode that.
Every time I also explode the non-powerful one, it's just... Or is that you just use on 2 for the lower ones, because those are already existing enough amount.
Okay, so then I'll go back. I'll basically tell Sam, you should wait here for a bit.
Okay.
And I'll go there and I'll start. I'll cast another life bubble, new one, and I'll go there and start casting retrocognition to learn what happened here.
You only bought 1 retrocognition, right?
You said
2.
2.
Oh, you bought 2. Okay, so if you're buying 2, Lan will ask, like, so, multiple victims?
Whole land, the whole land of it.
You
Technically.
might want more than 2.
Only one person
If
did it,
I-
so we're just trying to find the one person.
If I need to, Len, I know where to come.
Alright, but I didn't know it until yesterday, but people have just been coming in and buying these things. They're very popular right now. Don't know why. That's why I have some of them stocked up. Anyways.
Don't
So,
worry.
you're retrocognitioning the corpse, right?
Yeah.
Concentration check. The severity of the psychic disturbance. I don't know, this is
A powerful creature died, so
Yeah,
I guess
powerful
it's
creature,
at
yeah.
least...
I don't know.
Not only that, but someone had to carry it here.
It's just a little guy.
Yeah.
Hold on, we're going to see that the way they brought it here is just, the same way you
no,
ride a
here's
pig in
the better
Minecraft. It's
thing.
just a
Man.
fishing pole with meat on top.
So,
Yeah.
I guess give me the concentration check, Joe. You might want to cheat some before you roll this.
Sure. Bit of luck.
God, the 3d8 is so powerful. Just a tiny bit.
Just a little bit.
A concentration check. So because of this being, it has to be my caster level for it has to be a 13 because it's 7th level spell. So
Also, I guess to be fair, the bit of luck part should happen only at level 16 usually. We just boost our Jojo puts this caster level to Oblivion.
We got an artifact
2d8
for it.
even. Yeah.
Well, I assume Joe got the wand back from you then.
Yeah, I mean, I only needed to hold on to it when I was doing the spell, or the writing.
Anything to boost that by 3, Joe?
Why is it only 13?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad.
It's a concentration check.
Yeah.
It should have at least +3 to that normally because you need a minimum of 17 intelligence to cast it.
Okay, so that is a 41 now.
Yes.
Okay, so assuming you're trying to go back to like the 39 days and half hour ago,
Yeah.
detail
I assume
received.
the
By the way,
half
hold
hour
on.
part is.
Do you get that concentration bonus from the scroll? I thought you still used your own concentration bonus.
Yeah, I'm pretty
No,
sure
'cause-
you would use your own concentration. The point is, his concentration would be even higher than that.
Yeah.
Oh, my concentration would be about like 12 higher than that. So we're
Okay.
good.
Yeah, we're good then. Sorry, because you were talking
Yeah,
about
it's
the level of the
12
spell.
plus-
I'm like, hold on, if you're counting that from the scroll, hold on. But anyways.
Yeah, concentration would be his caster level plus his intelligence.
Yeah. Okay.
It'd be
So
crazy
anyway.
better.
Yeah, so yeah, you're fine. So anyways. Yeah, let's see. Psychic impression.
That is closer to a 50.
Hmm?
If it
Yeah.
makes any difference, it's close to a 50. It's more than a 50.
Well, I just went for 40 since that's the example of the severity of it. And while you've known me to make things higher, I don't consider this a really significant mythological beast because there's multiple
This is not one of the
them.
god. This is not one of the god beasts. It's just a beast that was treated as a god.
Yeah, this is like a species of them, although I assume there's really not many of them. Just any creature whose blood is this poisonous probably shouldn't have been walking around here. But
It belongs in a museum.
in Deedly Doodly, that seems to be
Now
the
even
case
more,
because
in a way.
somewhere deep in the jungle, it is prowling through the land, just existing. It's just almost playfully hunting. Sorry, retrocognition to this. Sorry, I fucked up a spell for a second. You find the retrocognition of this. Also, that's another reason why I'm not considering it as way higher, because this isn't even where it died. Retrocognition of this area. You never saw a jungle. Fucking might slip of the tongue for mixing up spells. The retrocognition for this area for the time frame is sort of nothing, but the psychic impressions will guide you to the significant part. So you are kind of hit by the impressions of some people in like hoods and like cloaks, like just the general kind of like assassin guild kind of vibe, very generic looking people, loaded up with magic to protect them against the thing. And as one of them is like carrying the creature with the other ones, they begin coughing, and someone's like, recast the spell. And he goes, I'm trying, it's not working, and he just begins to like fall over to it. It's like, just drop it off here. It's as good as it's gonna get. So you see them drop it off, and one of them starts coughing up blood and runs off, and the last guy tries to make it out of the way, and then the rest of your psychic impression in playing in like a kind of sped up time just to make this more interesting, you watch in and I quote this, real time, as their bodies slowly disintegrate to the fucking poison of this creature. Including their stuff, there's just nothing there. I mean, then again, considering it's basically around a big brown crater as it's bleeding into the river, whatever. Not that crazy. Seems like it doesn't hurt Earth. It's like the ground seems to be ground still. Like that's not being disintegrated.
Let me.
It's really not disintegrating things for what it's worth. It's just rapidly deteriorating. Have you?
Well, David, this makes this a lot easier.
You have a
You know why? No, not only do I have a face, but I have the access because of my eldritch magic to the spell Speak with Soul. I need no body.
Okay.
So I can speak with the soul of the guys that died here. So I'm going to try to commune to the assassins that died here to see if I can get any extra information, like which guild they belong to, what was their client.
Yeah, that's fair. I like that Joe hears that's from their fucking past thing, is that their magic stopped working entirely and they began to die, but Joe's not afraid. He's already passed the fort save once. Alright, so...
Guess villain myself again.
Whether it's contained or civil power, blah 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 blah. The soul attempts a will save. What's the DC that I'm not gonna pass? You just throw a 20. That's probably what I need. All right. Anyways,
Yeah, because it was boosted, it was even higher, so it was it was closer to it was a 33 in this case.
Okay. So they know common. So, and even if they didn't, you heard them speak, so you just do that. So what are you asking it?
Wow.
So I'm
he can
asking
just
who
have a normal conversation with it.
That's fair.
I'm asking who hired them to do this deed.
Okay. The creature goes, look, I might be dead in the afterlife now. Or I was. Until he pulled me out, but regardless, I'm a professional, and I don't go ratting out the people who hired me and my people.
Create
They
soul
clearly
gem.
know you were not coming back.
Create soul gem. Ah!
It's like they clearly knew you were. They clearly knew you weren't coming back.
No, I know. I haven't seen everybody in the afterlife, and I believe the mission went off with success. As he looks at the fucking thing deteriorating the land around it. Some success. Some success.
All of you died. No, thousands suffer for what you did. Who hired you?
I mean, he just kind of repeats the whole "nuh-uh" thing. You can try and diplomacy him if you want.
If that fails, again, soul jar.
I'm appealing to your base. Yeah, it's like I'm appealing to your basic humanity. This is not just going to hit, like this request is going to hit families. All of them are going to die of hunger. One of the worst deaths. Your death almost instantaneous. Theirs are going to last months. Think about this before you answer me.
And when this fails, you say, well, I can torture us all for eternity.
All right.
I'll go evil.
That's the other
I'll
spell I
become
got.
evil.
Yeah.
The spirit, the soul thing, the ball that you're talking to, goes, wow, I'm gonna have a really impressive story to tell the people down there.
Hey Joe,
Yeah,
do you think you could make something out of someone's soul?
Probably.
very easily.
Devils do it.
Yeah, you should make some guitar strings to this
Yeah,
guy's soul.
so
No amp needed.
What the fuck?
You're literally playing his strings on. Damn.
so
Soul strings. Here you go, Apollo.
very well.
What if Paul be the guy that, like, hold on, he knows he's killing a bunch of families through starvation,
That's
still
pretty
happy about it?
fucking
Yes,
metal.
I'll play this.
That's pretty metal.
Very well, then I'll give you a choice. You tell me, or I'll make sure you never talk with anyone ever again. Limbo is going to be your new home.
Probably better than where I was already. Just sounds like an upgrade.
That's what I'll say at the beginning. The madness that will creep up from the absolute nothingness that Limbo is.
Okay, cool. I
And
can
never
work
live
this
that
angle.
down.
You want to intimidate him?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Isn't there a magic item or a spell that allows you to force a soul to tell you things? Or am I thinking of like a known arrow from Dreamers?
There's a magic ring that allows you to insert a soul
Ring.
gem.
I guess I'm
With a
gonna
soul attachment
Alright.
to it.
Okay, go ahead.
36.
All right. So the soul. So as you try and scare him, the fucking soul's gonna go. Okay. All right. So fucking what do you want? Like, okay, you want me to tell you who hired us? I don't know. I wasn't the kind of guy that got that information. I got that from someone higher up. All right, you happy? You're talking to a goon.
What's your guild?
We didn't really have a guild. There was a. Hold on.
What's
Let me find. I'm finding the name. He's gonna tell you the name.
Yeah.
Where is this fucking guy? It's like my notes. So much shit on the Land of Plains. You guys have lived here too long. It's like. Hold on, let me try like typing in halfling in my notes. Maybe that'll like find me what I'm needing. No, why would it? Is it like Jack something? Is it knife something? Is it? Am I even in the right notes section? Let's try over here. Aaron, what was that halfling's name? I'm trying to find that guy.
What, the Han, the fool?
No, the guy with the pompadour.
Pompadour.
The knife master.
Cat folk with a pompadour, that's a
I
nightmare.
never said cat. I said halfling.
Oh, halfling? That's a knife master?
Guy that had the gang.
I
I
have
slightly
no
remember
idea.
this during the festival, but I thought I didn't know if there was
Oh, that?
Yeah,
It's
I'm
part
trying
of the Land of Plains. Oh, okay. I think I could probably search something to find that.
My notes are too much. I've lost track of his name. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, so finding
Let's
him
see.
is.
I mean,
In here
Nash.
somewhere. In here somewhere.
Nash?
Bong Water 2.
Sweeny Sliver.
Oh no, Nash is the paranoid guy.
Yeah, no, okay. The goon says that they got their information from Sweeny Sliver.
Hmm. Yeah. Sounds about
Yeah,
right.
so he's your fixer in this deal then.
Yeah. Now let me go back to hell.
Very well, you vermin, go suffer.
Suffer. I'm having the time of my life down here.
Wow.
How much
Man.
food do you think I would need to make to make sure that they are not having fun?
I mean, you can give offerings, yeah.
Almighty
It is. I do think it's bad manners to BM, but
He started it.
also you would.
It's pretty BM to facilitate the poisoning of an entire land.
Yeah.
No, I know, but it's also the point that you'd be giving gifts to the dark gods, Pedro.
Yeah. Joe,
I mean, I'm sure some of the gods of Hell are not dark gods.
As nice as your diplomacy was, the words you chose made me, like, rather than trying to make him listen, was like do you make this cold, like, what's the word? Like, relentless, like, remorseless murderer, like, grow a heart, like, you know what I mean? But intimidating him, he's a fucking shitter. Yeah, that works. Like, 20 or something.
Yeah,
you
I mean, this is the thing that was like planned too, because like Maestro wants to be a nice person, but so he tried to appeal like maybe he's suffering in hell, maybe some repentance will do him good. Then he spoke more, and I'm like, I no longer care about your repentance.
Yeah.
Born in hell, you fucking coward.
Also, you
and then
were
he said, I'm
lying
having
to him that he was aware that you said that he didn't see all of his friends down. He kept saying it killed everybody, but you didn't see.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that was what we said, wasn't it?
You
No.
described it.
Yeah, no, you said that you.
I said one of them ran off and disappeared.
When he
Why
did the
did you
retro
say-
recognition, no, I don't think he did.
Yeah, you said all of them died.
You said they all fucking disintegrated, basically.
No, I said the bodies that were down there disintegrated. There's no remains of those people, but I said there's a face that Joe has now.
Okay, I guess I'll try to scry that. First, I'll get out of here.
First, I should say, well, you don't have it as a face, you have a pair of eyes, because I said they were cloaked in it, but still. It's still a body.
Unfortunately, It still works with Scry, it's just not good odds for me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what do you mean good odds? You're not gonna pass the save.
It would be DC 31 after I do all my things.
Why do
So
you
I'll
think-
get out
why
of
do you
here and
think-
try to.
Why do you think someone who's not prepared for this is gonna get hit by that? Yeah. Okay, so first off, before you cast the scry,
if he saw someone run off there, now at least now he has some way. He was like, "All right, I'll just bring Pedro in. Quick, track it before you die."
Yeah, Pedro, could you check this 39-day-old tracks around this poisonous waste? Anyways, you're
If
going
you,
to
get me
get...
that, if you get me that scroll, yes.
Replay tracks.
We'll let you talk about the spell that does that.
I'm about to find the guy. Give me a second.
Okay, so you said you teleport back to the group, right?
Yeah, go get Pedro and then teleports both of us to the group. And I'm like, I have a face and I have a name.
Cool.
Nice. Let's go kick the answers out of them then.
Who?
Or I guess we'll ask first.
Who are you looking for?
So it seems that their fixer was the Sweeney fellow, the halfling.
Oh yeah, I could lead you to him.
No, yes, but I'm also one of them, sir. One of the people that did the killing of the beast and or at least the transport of the beast died during it. So, sorry, didn't die during it. The rest did, but I mostly know where he is.
Right. Well, assuming that he's with the rest of the gang, I also know where they are.
If he's not, then we just need to make a second stop.
I guess.
If
I guess
party
David.
fights Sweeney, I just want to I would love to have the time to prepare for them to be like really aggressive but really accommodating towards you guys. Because if you recall his gang, they're all like really supportive of one another.
Mm-hmm.
I just want them to have like their fucking blades out as they're fighting and like, yay man, you're gonna gotta do this. You have so much to live for. I'm just saying, I just find it funny. So go on.
So yeah, like I guess the scry to see where currently that guy is.
Alright, that guy is currently in the land of night. Sees the scrying orb and begins freaking out.
I guess
I think your connection will be shut off shortly, but you still have plenty of information to just teleport in front of him if you do.
Teleport,
Yeah,
grab
I will.
him, teleport back. Bring her so
I
you
will.
can actually do the second part of grabbing.
Yeah, I will. It's like, excuse me, we have some business with this gentleman. Sure, grab him.
Does scrying actually make a visible?
Yes.
Or
It's
invisible?
technically, I think,
invisible.
like an invisibles thing, but like if you see
It is.
invisibility, you can find it.
'Cause
Yeah,
Even
I
if
it
you
is
don't have
haven't
invisible.
actually
skin.
read anything that does that.
I think it's like under the, if you go to PFSRD, like in the magic section.
Okay, a
For-
scrying spell creates an invisible magic sensor that sends you information.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. The thing is, I assume that while it's invisible, you can probably still see, a shimmer.
It has
A
the
creature
same
can notice the
powers of
sensor by
sensory-
making a
It has
perception
the
check.
same powers of a sensory acuity as you possess.
Yep.
So, anyways, he saw the scrying orb, freaked out, you teleport in front of him. Or are you grappling him?
I thought we were in a different room.
No, this is a different
No,
guy.
I
We're
thought-
teleported to capture a different guy.
Oh,
Hey, that's a
God.
lot better as a division.
Yeah.
Also, do
Look at
not deal the
that.
damage. We are not killing him, just grappling
Please
him.
don't kill him.
Alright, so, grapples him, does all that. Some of the vampires in the room, the little Nosferatus and everything, are jumping up because at first they're probably just like,
Ew.
what are you freaking out about? Poof! Bam! Grab! And all the Nosferatus are like, fucking get him!
What the hell?
Zell
All
comes
right.
in. Watch this! Turns into a blood puddle. Cool, pretty
All right.
cool, right?
Do you teleport back, Joe?
No, it's-
Yeah.
Alright, you teleport
Give
back,
me that
just
will
you and
speed.
her.
Yeah, he has to be willing or unconscious.
Doesn't he know to? Doesn't he? Oh, right. It's not a.
Isn't there a
Oh, is
save?
it not a save?
No. It's willing, or if you knock someone unconscious, then they're
I'm
willing.
going to... No, David. Give me a will save. I'm not teleporting.
Okay, what are you doing?
I'm plane shifting.
Okay, he's phase
Oh,
locked,
no.
isn't he?
Isn't it the May?
It's Ur's thing.
I guess
Jason?
I'll wait around because I know it works.
Okay, then I'm gonna have the
Oh, wait,
Nosferatus jump you.
I guess I'll
No.
try. I guess
Wall
it's
of
no
force.
just say this. I just look at them just like, gentlemen, this man has committed a crime in the lands of plains. He'll be taken for questioning. No business.
You get to gentlemen, in which case they probably stay from it. This man has committed a crime, and then they go right back to jumping you.
Joe, cast Wall of Stone. Around you and the guy.
That is true. Second plan, Bobo.
Yeah.
Throw a bot on sunlight.
No. No.
All right.
Those are illegal here. You just committed a crime.
This man has committed a crime. Sunlight. Fuck!
This man has committed a crime. Watch as I commit a war crime.
All right, the guy tries to squeeze out. Or do you want to hit him again for him trying to break free? Teach him a lesson.
Oh.
Nah.
All right.
No.
Now you're plane
No.
shifting this time, and after casting your 45 spells in one turn, because we're trying to decide what you're doing. All right, plane shift. It's a will save, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. First, I guess, give me spell resistance. Can you beat? I think he has an 11 on him. Not roll a 1.
Not a one.
Yeah.
I rolled twice.
Yeah, it's like I said, just for the gratuity of it.
Oh,
You're
well.
fine. Well, that took the fucking thing I needed, probably. What's the will save?
Because the change.
By the
so
way-
yes.
I was gonna say, unless he's immune to this, he is shaken, so he has a -2 penalty on saving throws.
I mean, you still be shaken if you're waiting long enough for it to wear off.
Actually, yeah, I guess I don't know the duration of the shaken, if it's also just a turn or not. Jason?
Sorry?
How long is your shaken? Is it also just a turn?
Give me a second here.
I guess
don't
with
think
Andrew
that-
you can...
It would be a DC 30, David.
Yeah. Give me your 20.
No.
That wasn't a request. Give me it. Alright, so where'd you plane shift to? You had to choose somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Probably
our
our
go
plane.
Sorry, not our demi plane in the thing.
Starting
Oh,
my
okay.
next turn. The shaking will last until the start of my next turn.
Yeah, so like I said.
Okay,
he
then he
doesn't
took
have
me
it.
out.
So we just
Okay,
we just
plane shift to your thing. He breaks free from Ur's grasp and we do something pointless. Can you see invisibility, Joe?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
Assuming he's in our guild hall, there's also other people.
He's on the
there.
demi plane, it's worse, he
Yeah.
can't even leave to the guild hall.
Oh, okay.
He's in the demi plane because if you try to plane shift him, he still wouldn't have moved there.
Yeah.
But
Makes
anyways,
sense.
yeah, he breaks free of Ur's grasp, and then as far as Joe is concerned, moves a little bit and does fuck all. He moves his hands, and you're like, all right, cool. Can you see invisibility?
I don't think so.
All
Let me
right.
just make sure.
I can fix this. Glitter dust.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Glitter dust.
Yeah. So yeah, he slips through his bonds, goes invisible, and then Joe hits him with a fucking confetti pack. What do you do?
How the fuck did he slip free?
Escape artist.
Does he have it that good? Damn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll leave my
well-
CMB.
But yeah, if you roll a 20, you automatically win.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that's fair. It is how the game works, sadly.
You win when
Exactly.
you get the funny number.
Alright, give me a second. I do actually have something.
I also am
I know we're not
thinking-
trying to kill this guy, but I kind of have to do this. I'm initiating a strike.
Okay.
We have some questions for you. I mean, as he's getting pummeled.
Yeah. Okay, that we
Oh,
can
no.
confirm that. Please confirm that.
Please don't.
You confirm.
If it makes you
I mean,
feel better,
actually, he can't die. We can revive him.
Hey, also keep in mind, I only do normal damage. You know what I mean?
That's true.
So it's I might be doing crit, which is ×3. Jesus. So that's 6.
Oh, so it's not normal damage. It's 0.5.
Yeah, plus
Empower damage.
Can you choose to do it non-lethal now?
No, T already rolled.
yeah,
Do it.
57 plus 57. I'll just half the number after it comes out.
Yeah,
I
fair.
can actively choose not to be. I can actively choose not to do the bleed. Unfortunately, this also does an extra 5d6 damage from the strike itself.
A lot of strikes like to do that.
I know. So we can just half this after it comes up. 122.
Hits him so hard that his body disintegrates.
Hold on. That's divided by 2, remember?
I know. That still puts him like well below the negatives that his constitution gets.
Joe has a reaction. He can change that.
Joe, okay, Joe, what do you do as a reaction? You cast glitter dust, and then you see hit somebody so hard all their bones become fucking powder.
Make him immune to crits.
Listen, this is like this is a fucking $1 million baby moment. He fucking hits the floor, but then breaks his fucking neck on the way down. It's definitely not my fault. I swear.
You punch him, and his head hits the desk that Joe works on, and it tumbles, and his head hits the desk that Kieran works on, and he falls
and
over.
And he keeps bouncing.
Yeah.
So
this is clearly not my fault. All right, this is bullshit.
No, Jason, I knew what half of 122 was off the top of my head. It's alright.
Goddamn.
It really didn't help that you started, like, he was already, like, 35 hit points down from the bleeding and the fire.
Oh. I'll be honest, I figured with my half damage it wouldn't matter until I fucking crit.
Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying, Joe? As you watch the person you abducted become one with your universe?
Yeah, as I see him like about to be viciously fucking stomped into the ground and killed, what's going to happen is that he's not gonna take the crit, and my master's like, "Don't do that again." Turns back and vomits blood.
All right, he is no longer destroyed. He's now just regular dead.
I mean, hold on. It's a 122 divided by 3 and then divided by 2. Is he still dead with all of those divisions?
It'd be less. Hold on, give me a second, because let's. So if he's not taking the crit, remember I do half damage. I think that would just be. That's what 3d10.
Well, instead of 1.5, it's fucking. I'm basically half it, alright?
I mean, that would still be that divided by 2. So
31 because you round down.
Yeah, so like I said, he takes 30 damage. He's regular dead.
I guess I breath for life him.
He had damage on him from getting grappled by her already, and then he's been bleeding for
gotcha.
several rounds.
Alright, so anyway, fucking Shackles of the Eternal. He can't fucking move more than 10 feet away from me. Get fucked.
Okay, so
I mean,
breath of life
he's dead, so he's not moving.
Yeah. Shackles of the Eternal fails until Joe breath of life some. He is now back to life, I guess. Good job. And then you Shackle of Eternal him.
Hey, this is a good way to
He's net positive on HP for this turn, bro.
God.
I mean, literally...
he's no longer bleeding. Hooray!
Look, this is very good for intimidation.
Yeah, so he's got
like we can keep doing this.
All right, so as he's like standing up, like coughing, getting back to used to being alive again, he's like, "You guys fucking suck at this."
No, you're just really fucking.
No,
you're just really weak. Like that was pathetic.
Oh,
I literally should not have been able to kill you. People.
What's your Shackles of the Eternal do exactly?
Let's see. Let me get the full list. So he is entangled for 11 rounds.
Okay.
He cannot move more than 30 feet away, even by teleportation effects.
Yeah, sure.
He can try and pull on the train in order to trip or drag me without provoking attacks opportunity. I get a +4. I get a +4 on my combat maneuver checks and my CMD to do the same. If he ends his turn adjacent to me, he can attempt a DC 26 will save to end the effect. If I purposely move 30 feet away from him, the curse is broken and the effect of the strike ends.
Okay.
I appreciate you trying your new toy, Jason, but
This
bad
isn't a
time,
new
bro.
toy, this is an old one. I've used this before.
Yeah, it's just on dungeon
That's
things that
fair.
have a lot more HP than this guy apparently,
Yeah.
and reasonably so.
Also, I didn't crit on
There's
those.
nothing that says he couldn't have done this
Okay, so
non-lethally.
Yeah, but he didn't say
do
before
it
rolling.
lethally. He just rolled his
he
full
didn't
attack
say
bonus.
it, man. That is true, Pat. Nothing said he couldn't. He just didn't. It's simple as that. But now, the other thing is like, well, we can keep doing this, or you can answer our questions and go on your merry way.
Yeah. All
How about
right.
that?
What kind of questions are you
Right.
asking?
Well, you were part of a job that you were the only surviving member of it. A certain transport
jobs
of
are
an
like that.
exotic. If you let me fucking finish, unless I need to revive you again.
Puts up his hands almost defensively, his eyes never leaving her.
As I said, transporting a wild poisonous beast up to a river. I want to know all the details of this job.
Okay. Got more to narrow it down, or is that it?
Will you tell me all the details of the job? That is a question. I want all of them. And you haven't told me a single one.
Yeah, sure. Let's start with this one. Jason, what is your AC without your dexterity?
Oh, we was studying you for assassination.
Yeah.
Give me a moment.
There's like no way Jason's gonna fail this even if I hit him. I said, hoping he.
My AC without my dex is 57. I don't have my AC.
Yeah.
Also,
Wouldn't you believe it? He's not dex based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy in the
Also,
fuck
he has
tons of
10%
armor is
misstep
not exactly
automatically.
dex based.
Yeah.
Now that would absolutely screw me over.
Yeah. And as he's just like, sha, he fucking throws the dagger into her and like bounces off. He's just like, all right, so what kind of poisonous animal are we talking here? Because I've done snakes, I've done.
Surprise attack, the weapon shatters. Never mind, no surprise
I
attack.
got the yeah, I got elements here. You're talking about mercury. I got the element. I'm surprised.
Yeah, you talking about Murray? It's so good, Kieran. So yeah, he just immediately goes to like trying to ask about what kind of poisoning. Like that didn't happen. If you want to bully him.
Hold on. Her looked around. He's like, "What the fuck? I felt something. I don't know what the fuck it was."
I don't know.
There's a
It's your
mosquito around.
demi-plane. It's your demi-plane. I assume some stuff happens here sometimes. So.
Oh hell.
It was so sorry. The description was both a lion and a leopard, kind of.
Oh yeah, you actually described the creature. Okay, because he was.
Yeah.
When you just said a poisonous creature, he's like, I've done lots of poisonous creatures in rivers. You know, crazy what people hire me to do. He goes, okay, yeah, some short little guy gave me the details. Wanted us to kill something for somebody and drag it up to the ice mountains, but you know, I didn't sign up to die for it, so it just happened to go in a river. I wasn't hired to put it in a river. It just is what it is, man. Sometimes rivers are.
Where was the drop point?
What do you mean drop point? The ice mountains. It just said ice mountains. They're everywhere.
So the thing was supposed to go to the ice mountains and not where it was left.
The Icebounds are like over this way. Are they like? Don't they like ring around or something?
Yes, it's like it surrounds a lot of the continent here to make it the continent that it is.
So hilariously, it was gonna like probably because of how it would spread, go all the way around, but not in. Except if it did go in, it'd be like going in everywhere.
Well, to be fair, the Icebounds are also teeming with those fucking creatures anyway, so you'd probably just leave them to their fate. Like the mountains themselves would clean up itself.
Oh, I think I know what may have happened.
Pedro's getting his brain blast. But anyways,
Yeah,
this
it's the
still
thing.
doesn't defeat the purpose that this guy is going, look, I didn't complete the job, if that's what this is. I'm not to blame. You didn't tell me the thing was going to be able to eat through fucking life bubble and neutralize poison so fucking fast.
When I was studying the thing, I also noticed this fact. Okay, very well. By the way, I lied. No, or just kill him.
All right.
Alright. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you kill him. It's not like you can do anything about it. Like, he'll try and fight back. Whatever level fucking...
I mean, I don't think he
back.
will.
Fight back!
What
what do
I'm
you mean he
going to
won't
do
try and
is
fight back? I can throw daggers. I
No,
fight 40
I don't
daggers
say
on this
he
guy.
won't. That he. Sorry, I mean, won't in the sense that he just gets his neck snapped before he does anything.
Critter,
I'm
die! Die! He kills himself.
Yeah, that's my
No.
point.
I'm going to preserve.
That nat one on Ur he throws the dagger at Ur and it bounces off and lands in his forehead.
I'm going to preserve his body for future able
Evidence?
to. Not just evidence, just for if Norman needs to speak with the dead.
I'm surprised you didn't ask who the short man was.
We know this.
Quick, use blood
Not
by
necessarily.
That's how his blood was spilled.
You don't necessarily know which short man it is, but
So,
yeah.
by the way,
How? It was me.
by the way, my current theory for what happened is that she paid the guy whose name I don't know, the short guy, to get rid of the beast, so it would get rid of the, I guess, a connection to her grandfather and all of those acts. But because they didn't know it was this poisonous, they dropped it sadly in the river, which fucked everything.
Near
Yes,
the
that's the
river,
thing.
yeah.
This might truly be just a bunch of not this might not be this might not be by cunning. It might be 5 stupid ass people.
Yeah, it's literally what it's
But
looking up to be. It's
this-
literally people that just have ego problems or something of the sort, and there's just somehow fucking everyone around them trying to keep their image.
and
Or in the case of
that's
the druid guy not caring about anything.
yeah,
I say fuck it, we just go kill all of them and call it a day.
no.
No.
You should handle it with some
We can
fucking
join
grace.
them out ways.
Not canon what I'm about to say, but after Ur says that and only Joe's in the room say no, I just want Loki to be like arm around Ur being like, why not?
You know, I like the cut of this guy's jib.
We have other ways to ruin them.
I'm just
Loki
a
comes
dog
over.
chasing cars.
Yeah,
Loki comes up
exactly.
with Ronald around me, tries to convince me.
Why
Ergo,
look like a man with a plan?
Alright, let's
Okay,
go back to
so-
the canon. We're back to the canon. Alright.
By the way,
So,
I
this is
just
the-
hope that these guys really are the 5, idiots, and that the people we didn't send spies to investigate aren't also just making, together like 70% of a problem because they're all fucking ego problem guys. The nobility.
I mean, her kill didn't really explain shit about who the real perpetrators around Thornfield stuff was. He just said that Thorny was, like, negligent. That's what you hired him to actually tell you about.
Yeah.
By the way, that is, by the episodes of Hercule Poirot I watched, that's literally how it's done. Like, all of his, like, revelation stuff is build up between him and his assistant as they do stuff. And then the final reveal is he just says, alright, police chief, I need you to listen to me. And they do.
So I cannot wait until like we actually solve all of this, and a monk shows up and is like, "And
I
guys,
got
this is
it."
actually what happened."
Yeah.
And then Columbo shows up. And another thing.
Again, it's like, "Monk, get out of my sight right now."
Starts walking away, you just hear, it's a jungle out there.
So now we're
So,
going to raid a bunch of small guys.
Yeah, so I don't know if you would table it in the sense because you said you wanted to prepare for our clash with him.
I mean, he's actually dangerous despite everything. But
Sweeny? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, Sweeny.
Yeah.
Like Sweeny has the ability to actually down someone. But to be
He's
fair,
got dudes too.
yeah, but to be fair, if the fight does start with just walks up next to Sweeny, I mean, like, I don't know.
Yeah, if walks up next to Sweeny and fucking like puts him in like an atomic wedgie that leads into a swirly, I'm pretty sure we just win.
So the question isn't really more like we need the table here, we can if you want, but also are you just walking up to fight him? Because that's where I would want like time to table for the fight. If you just walk up to him and you diplomacy through it, it's not an issue. Diplomacy is quotations. I understand you're probably just gonna yell at him.
I mean, no, this is the thing. To Sweeney, I would probably, since, as you said, he cares about his people, it was more an appeal to just like, this is going to affect everyone. Not just you, but everyone. Nobody's going to have food.
Your boys.
Also, like to point out, technically Sweeney didn't do anything wrong, other than hire some idiots.
No, but this is going to affect. But this is going to affect, so I need to know who's done it.
Yeah, it's more the thing of like,
who got
help
you
us
to
get
hire
the
the
people who
guys you
screwed over
got?
the entire world.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Well, here, let's. I don't. If you want a table, we can, but I think we can proceed if you're just going to try and talk to the dude.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I guess.
Yeah, I think talk first for sure. This is a situation of speaking is a solution.
Yeah, the point is talk to Sweeney, and basically the point I want to make to him, because the reason mostly this is I don't have that much time because tomorrow I also have to work and I have to wake up even earlier.
I mean, if you need the table for real life things, that's fine too.
I don't need to do it right now, but I don't have the most amount of time that I normally have.
Okay, so whatever you prefer, it's fine. You do this in downtime.
We can just do. We can just do this diplomacy bit. It's like, is it very hard to find him?
Well, no. Ultimately, if you are looking for him, plus Scrivenseer is here, you should probably talk to Scrivenseer.
Yeah.
Scriven, do you know where he is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone's together.
I'm pretty sure I still have like a scrying I set up in his house.
Very well, there we go.
Or whatever the fuck the item's called. The one that Ozzy is into spy on Malus and them.
The eye thing, yeah. I think it was the name.
So, according to what you've told us about this, well, it will work if we try to.
I mean, if we appeal to his general humanity, like, he seems to give a shit about his people. Like, this is going to affect him.
Yeah. And yes, and talking about that this will affect his people and their families, this will probably give us the most mileage with him.
Yeah.
We need to find out who done it. So, yeah, I guess we go there.
I was gonna say, fighting Sweeney is like fighting a JoJo character, is like consider how he's actually set up to fight, because he's gonna use like, I've prepared my 1,000 knives for every room, prepare to be annihilated, and then Urge sees like 1,000 daggers fly at him going ding 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 ding. Sweeney's like, well shit. Alright. Alright, so yeah, you go up to Sweeney's house. Okay, do you want to wait for Sweeney to return to his house, or do you want to like go look for Sweeney and ultimately like find him in some seedy bar? It's just a personal
probably the house for a private conversation.
It'd probably better not to break into his fucking house to talk to him or whatever. I guess we could knock on the door, but like, yeah.
No, I mean, like, do you wait for him to return to his little manor, or are you willing to go up to him? Okay, so at some point you have like Sweeney talking to his gang walking up, and then you kind of hear like, "Hey, boss, there's some people that look like waiting for him." And he's just like, oh, "I'm gonna go talk to them, and see what they." He was like, give him a slightly, fuck off, boys, I got this.
Fuck off, guys.
Alright, so Sweeney walks up to you alone, and you see like a group of like men like waiting like 30 feet back towards the entrance of the manor. It was like picket fence kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like there's a distance between them. So now's the perfect time for to like pick them up.
Just immediately go aggro, fucking whipping him around.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very early thing to do.
Please do not.
I'm not.
Not yet.
I thought was going to do it.
Fair enough.
I'm not yet.
Thinking about it.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to talk to you, Mr. Sweeny. We have
We need to talk to you about something important.
He goes, you can cut the small talk, and he turns to his friends, I got it. And he goes back to you guys, and he goes, I know who you people are, I'm sure you know who I am. What is it that you need?
There is a job that we hired people for.
Alright, I'm listening.
Unfortunately, this job will have some undesirable consequences.
Far-reaching.
Do you remember when you hired some goons from the Land of Night to move out, and then I'll explain what the lion thing kind of is, explain blood is poisonous to the mountains?
He goes, I might. What about it?
Well,
It seems that them botching the job left it near one of the rivers, and this river.
He puts his hand on your shin. He's just like, thanks for informing me. I'll take care of this. I don't leave no jobs half finished. We'll take care of this.
Sweeny, we're not joking.
Neither am I.
Unfortunately, the damage that this has happened, someone will have to pay for this. Who hired you to do this?
I don't go around ratting on employers, but I ain't gonna leave it where it is. I'll go get somebody to take care of it.
There's nobody that can do that thing without dying.
No, Sweeny, please listen to me. The consequences, together with many other factors of this happening, is that this is destroying the land. This is destroying the food of the people. Destroying the food that's going to your bellies. And he like gestures to people, to their families.
Your bellies, and you poke them like the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah, buddy.
Alright, do you want a diplomacy, Joe?
Yeah.
I'd like to try to help.
Please go ahead, Kieran. What do you say?
I mean, I will just be describing, like, as well as on these things, like, it is the case that whoever is working it, like, while I do understand the integrity to not, filch on the people that hired you, they are not doing you or the people here any favors. It's altogether, we're trying to handle this as cleanly as possible.
Okay, you want to assist them?
Yeah.
Help me. Help me.
I mean, I'm not going to do much to assist you with that roll, but yeah.
I also have to roll well sometimes.
I mean, sure. It's just along the lines of your bonus is better than mine because I don't have a charisma score.
I think Joe also has other things adding to that besides just charisma score, but yeah.
Well, sure.
Make a little trick.
Diplomat. Oh,
okay.
I rolled.
Not bad.
I was expecting to roll like hot shit.
So Sweeny goes, I don't rat on employers, but and he'll pause his knife if you want to take that threateningly and jump back or whatever. Or just tell me.
No.
Anyway, you're not gonna stick us with that.
And he goes, no, I don't rat on my employers. It ain't their fault. My fault. Take me in. This here's my 1,000 knives. Take it off of me so that you know that I'm good for it. He tries to hand you the 1,000 knives.
This is the thing, Sweeny. I fully understand what you're saying. Why you're saying this, but we need to know this, because if not, this issue isn't going to be fixed. You're wanting to help the people does not necessitate you to do this. You want to fix the issue. The problem is the people that wanted this move. This was dangerous from the start. And the moves that happened next.
It was my mess up.
If you don't mind me asking, did you know what the creature was?
Like, what it was? Not really. I don't know how good I'm doing his fucking accent. But when I heard that, not really. I got some Brooklyn in there. Good me. Not really.
Situation is that the creature itself is. Well, I was about to say a god, but it's like, no, we're not technically in that culture.
I mean, I get the gist.
The thing is, the people
It
gave you the
ain't.
job most likely knew the danger it could possess.
It ain't where it was supposed to be. Putting it someone else. It was something that I was supposed to take care of. But paid me so well, I figured pay someone a little less. I can see why that is a problem now.
Sweeny.
I'll take care of it. Take my weapon as proof that, soulbound. Even if I drop the thing and he just reaches in the air and pulls out another, I leave these things everywhere. So yeah.
Sweeny,
People are already starving.
We could get a ticket or something. Yeah. But when we move the creature, we get some druids to heal the land or something. I got plenty of money.
Sweeny.
I didn't realize that they did the job half finished. All right, I'll take care of this. He's got his hands up. I'm gonna take care of this.
Let me, Sweeny. This is the thing. You need to take care of your boys. We do not want to take someone that's actually trying to do something for
As
the
soon
community.
as you said you need to take care of your boys, I just see them in the back. Yeah, that's our boss. You know what I'm talking about, right? The fucking video.
Yeah. Yeah. You need to take care of them. We want the culprit, the person who wanted this deed done. Because even if you sent it to the mountains, this same thing was going to happen. So if you leave and the culprit is not caught, this is going to keep happening.
I guess give me a deception. This is way easier than fucking diplomacy on. We're locking we're gonna go find this sheet real fast. I don't think his sense motive is crazy high.
I believe you mean bluff. Deception is 5e.
Yeah, no, give me your deception. Hold on, where's the... First off, he's level 18, so he can only know so many things. I told you he could fucking destroy you. Secondly, while he has a bunch of stats, his sense motive is untrained. So where's his wisdom? Yeah, never mind.
He's gotta believe his boys.
Yeah, he's gotta believe in his boys, and that requires a below sense motive. So yeah, as opposed to his diplomacy check being ridiculous because of trying to touch his heart or whatever. Oh yeah, integrity and everything. So the lying to him is way simpler, and some of the stuff he told him wasn't true. So he goes from the the employer told us everything, right, to the so it was a scam from the start, huh?
That seems what it is.
Can't believe you lied to his ass.
Why?
Why? Because I believe the party.
Why can't you believe it?
Because I believe this party had a little something called integrity.
You're wrong.
We do. Our integrity shakes a bit when people are starving, dying.
Bro, you can't call it. No, you don't have integrity, Pedro. You don't even have extegrity. I was just thinking you might have had any integrity. Anyways.
I have disintegration.
Anyways, yeah. Between your fucking checks there, sorry, let me look at his sheet again. He does not have sense motive trained. It's so stupid. Anyways, this little halfling here will,
That explains why he hired those mooks.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do it.
God, look at that fucking displacement he has at all times. What's even giving him that?
Probably a cloak.
Yeah, the cloak. He has the same thing Mortar has. Look, you were matching cloaks.
If we ever become his enemy, at least we know we need to do things well.
Anyways, we'll go. Look, I got message sent from somebody, but even though this wasn't the person, and I can't say this with 100% certainty, you don't get around my business not knowing who certain people's messengers look like. Definitely look like Valeria's, if you know what I'm implying. He blatantly just accuses her.
Yeah. If you know what I'm saying, it was Lady Sarah's Valeria. Her grandfather's an elf, you know.
Yeah. No, man, he has no sense motive. He believes her when she goes, "Nuh-uh." Nah, her ears just did that one day. It was crazy.
So now here's a question: what happens when one of the boys goes to him and says like, "No, I heard this is." Is he going to be like, "No, I was told differently," or is like, "I believe my boy, she is," and
His truth changes up based on what the last person said to him.
actually consider what just happened right now. Yeah, that.
I am considering his someone would have to beat her deception against whatever he hears.
Yeah.
I do love the imagery of him just in a daily life. It's just like, is this true, boys? And one goes, yeah. I can't believe you do it. It's like, no, that's not actually true. It's like, boys, you failed me.
No, I just have it set to like who's the highest check last against some kind of thing. It's the same reason like since some NPCs you intimidate, they won't run away and listen to you, like support you, because if they're under someone who has vile leadership, your intimidate's actually against their intimidate.
Yeah, I get it.
That's the thing. I know you're going to kill me if I don't run, but that guy will do worse things to me if I run.
Yeah, it's the Brock Sampson thing where you're grabbing them by the nuts. Oh, I can do a lot worse. Oh, I'm so sorry. What? I feel a lump. I don't even care anymore. They're over there.
I do remember the other things, like, this hasn't changed that I shitted myself because you scared me, but I shit myself way more when my boss scared me.
That's not what I wanted from Brock Sampson lump. I just type in nuts.
So, I guess
this wasn't the gif I was looking for, but I found this. Go on, Joe.
So, Scriven, I guess the last thing we can do is if we go to analyze the curse, we can try to identify the spellcaster through the curse.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to. I guess we could poke around. What? It would be around Ravenshade's land, right? Like, presumably.
Yeah, considering that you wanted people to not speak, it's probably in the middle of whatever city there's there or town.
I mean, because this is the thing. We're 4 out of 5, and we just need to. After this, we just need to send a report to Norman with all the clues we gathered.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, technically, Cabochon hasn't done nothing yet, but that's because this thing hasn't ramped
but we can
up
still
enough.
make a report, just stating.
Well, yeah, just
as I said,
his inability.
4 out of 5 is in the sense of saying Cabochon has these extremist views.
Yeah,
Oh, now it
Cabochon-
should be.
Keep a closer eye on him because he'll probably do some weird shit if
Just
something
insert
bad
the
happens.
quote. Just literally say he says, and I quote.
Stays stated, but he just gets a little advisor guy to say, "You can't do that, my lord."
No, it's literally,
my lord,
it's
I
literally
don't believe you're allowed to do that.
My lord, that is literally bananas.
We just go to Norm with like he said, and I quote, "They're not eating each other, so they're not starving enough yet."
No, Pedro, that's the issue. It's fine if they're eating each other. If they start eating themselves, that's when it's too much.
I mean, you pass the bluff against Sweeny, you can pass the bluff against Norman.
It's not even a bluff at this point.
I mean, yeah, but it's not what he said, but yeah.
No, what you told us is literally eating themselves. That is what you said.
He did say eating themselves, but you didn't say the other thing. I mean,
you talked about killing.
He talked about killing each other for stale bread. I'm just saying.
I'm exaggerating to the point of it's very asinine to say until they start eating themselves, because they would much sooner start eating someone else.
Yeah. Also, like, what are the odds that Cabochon even, like, encountered? Like, he said it with such conviction, but it's like, I don't think he's ever eaten himself.
Yeah.
To be fair, considering this world, I'm sure there's nobles who bought regeneration scrolls and are like, so this is what I taste like.
I mean, maybe. I mean, yeah, I get. Have you given?
I'm sure there's at least one guy. I'm sure in history there's a guy that did it without having a regeneration scroll. So in this world, probably happens a lot more.
What's that game where you go on?
I was going to say, my lord, did it have to be the penis? Yes.
What's that game where you play as a hitman in a capitalist hellscape world where people like clone themselves?
Which one?
I don't know.
What sort of view is it in? Like,
It's in first person, but like the fucking UI is like crazy, like ugly and everything.
Cruelty Squad?
Yes.
What's it
Yeah,
called?
no, that game looks fucking disgusting. Cruelty Squad.
Cruelty Squad has one of the missions. You break into a rich person's mansion to kill him, but when you go up to him, he goes, "Oh yes, the hitman I ordered. I wonder how you shall kill me today. The last one dipped me in lava. Oh, I wish to taste the value of pain that you're willing to inflict upon me." Like, some people are so rich in this world that they just pay hitmen to kill themselves to entertain themselves. So, yeah. I imagine if you're really rich and powerful in Pathfinder, because I was going to do that in our rogue campaign, Joe. I was going to have a hit be on someone that has the hit themselves so they could be resurrected and then berate you going, the last person that killed me was far more effective.
Damn it, I missed that.
Well, it's because the campaign died because like half the people never showed up.
I do love Cruelty Squad. Just like, there's one way for you to make lots of money with stocks, and I'm like,
yeah,
what?
you put a lot of money in the thing, and then you wait a bit, and you kill a guy. And then
Here you go. This imagery is so good.
But yeah, Cruelty Squad. Yeah, Cruelty Squad makes me think of you talking about like there are definitely noblemen that like chop off their body bits and then regenerate them back. Where it's like, yeah, if you are rich and powerful enough, people will do anything.
Also, damn, I went to Google and then I also tried just AI to Google for me. No one. There's no records. Sad.
Okay.
People
so,
like themselves never wrote about it.
Joe said he has to go to work, and if you want, we can go into downtime about you looking around the land, and because this is stuff that you should be able to do relatively easy if you have the spells to check on stuff. You're gonna try and find the wizard that did the thing. So
yeah, we have analyzed Wimmer and things of the sort.
Yeah, so we can table here, and in the DMod chat, you guys can say if you try and do something, or downtime. I don't care.
Yeah.
And we'll cover and we can start next session, and hopefully have you guys. I don't know if I assume you want to do the whole accusation thing part 2 in session. But I also really would like you guys to go back in the dungeon.
To be fair, I don't care about the accusation. We can probably like not quite skip, but it's in the sense of just give Norman all of this information and it's like
and tell him to do his job. Yeah.
Yes. It's in the sense like we found out why the crops are dying. Here you have the reasons of what has been happening.
Like, and here's the why it would become a much bigger problem.
Norman's gonna be like, the crops were dying because it hasn't hit a big enough famine to be reported to him.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the thing. We're going to build the graphics saying that with the way things are going and the time it will take for anyone to solve, this will be the future. It's just the normal pitch where it's just people starving everywhere. Like, oh god.
Norman's gonna like look at it. He's like, well, thanks. How's the progress of the dungeon? And you're like, we saved your life, and you just disappeared.
We're about halfway through.
Yeah, we're about to go. Yeah, we're about to go finish the fire floors in 2 to 3 days.
All right.
We're about to drag our nuts over Firebrand's face.
But yeah, we'll see if you guys find anything interesting in downtime. Like, for example, do you think Saris really did anything wrong? She didn't hire them to dump the fucking thing in the river.
Okay, now here's.
I mean,
that's the thing, David.
It depends on what her reasons are.
It's the same thing as you're saying, like, oh, these guys didn't want to, throw the radioactive material into, the river, but they hired the people who are definitely not qualified to do it, and they try to do it in secret.
She hired
and a bunch of
somebody
other
that
things.
was arguably more qualified. Sweeny is a level 18 rogue that has the 1,000 knives, so he probably could solo the beast in an actual fight if he had prep time.
Yeah, but then he has.
The problem is not the fight.
She probably wasn't aware that the fucking thing was so poisonous.
If she talked with her fucking grandfather, she would.
As I said, David, even if this all fucking coincidence, the 5 of them have the same crime of doing. Yeah, They basically each of them have contributed to it in their own stupid way. It's still like what they're doing is still a crime.
Well, what I'm saying is like it's like if you run a nuclear power plant, just as a kind of explanation to get to this, right? And you hire somebody to take care of your nuclear material. I understand this isn't a parallel. She hired somebody to fucking go get it and throw it somewhere. But still, if you hire somebody to clean up your nuclear materials, and then you find out they're dumping it in the river when they're supposed to be taking it to the facility where it's taken care of, because again, if it's up on the ice mountain, it's probably just gonna freeze and not. But anyways,
I have seen the power of this poison. That's not what's going to happen.
I keep telling you, things like this live on those mountains. Like the mountains seem to be containing them.
I mean, sure, but whenever this thing dies, it was going to cause like an ecological disaster.
Correct, but
so
still.
Moving it to a place where it has more of a chance of dying, it still makes you the problem.
Not more of a chance of it dying, being contained wherever they took it.
It is still the point that it is a thing. The beast. Go on.
If you use the nuclear power plant thing, if you hire somebody to take care of your nuclear waste and you say send it over to that thing, and the person you're paying gets lazy because they go, hey, this thing kind of smells rank, and they dump it in the river, are you at fault? Because technically you hired someone garbage. Technically what happens is you hired some professionals, and the professionals pocketed 80% of the money, and then used 20% to hire even a guy on a bike.
Yeah, but no.
I mean, if you're not keeping proper oversight of your own like intended jobs, then yes, it is at least in part your fault. And given also... this is such a huge fuck up, part is enough to put you away for a long time.
I would say she seems to be aware of it because she figured out it's up there, and she's probably pissed off.
Yeah, my point is also the part of, she went to a guy who does, underground jobs. I'm sure if she was doing this without the worry of, I need to keep hidden this very specific part of my life that happened 1,000 years, probably more than those years ago. I'm sure she could have found people who would have not,
she's a half elf. She's literally like 20 something.
No,
I mean, I'm talking about the story of her family, like, so not so much, not that she was alive that long ago, but the story goes that long ago.
Okay, I would.
It's kind of, it's kind of the point of, in this kind of situation, David, if you just go, please go hunt this very poisonous creature and then drag it miles away through our land, there's already something really fucked there.
Yeah, I don't want to call the Thousand Knives an artifact, but to make it simple, she did go to somebody who's a high-level person with an artifact and has a crew of people that you'd think he'd be able to go, hey, we could kill the thing and teleport it somewhere, because she just gave him baseline instructions as far as Sweeny explained it, and then he went and hired somebody stupider than him.
Well, that's because he didn't want to put his boys in danger.
Yeah.
Also, irregardless of that point, just hiring someone to go kill this beast and transport it is also suspicious as all fuck.
Oh yeah, sure, but what I'm saying is it her fault if she gave him more than enough money that she probably thought he's gonna kill this creature and have somebody greater teleported up the mountain, because why would he drag it across the continent?
She should have supervised the issue.
Yeah,
it's her territory.
Yeah.
Hi, Jason.
Yeah.
She did hire someone, but then she didn't do her due diligence with it. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, can you really fault her? Does she really have to micromanage everyone under her?
Not everyone, but when you're dealing with ecological disaster, perhaps that should be just slightly, perhaps, micromanaged.
Also, with all of the pros and cons of being a lord, this is one of the cons. It is your responsibility.
I mean, yeah, ultimately it's her responsibility, because even if she didn't drop the thing there, if she was never involved in this at all, there's still something poisoning her river. So it's still.
And she didn't say anything. I understand it's like she didn't say anything to anybody. I understand it's about the prestige. The problem is prestige didn't fill anyone's belly.
Yeah. No, I bet if you drink from the river, you'll never go hungry again.
I mean, yeah.
True.
Yeah,
Also, if you
she can
eat
be
a stick of fucking like, what is it? A stick of plutonium, you'll never have to eat again because it's got so many calories. No other
Yeah.
issues, by the way.
Yeah, no other issues. To be fair, I still think it's funny that the creature's like, so dangerous poison, but officially it just has mercury for blood, which shouldn't be super poisonous. It's more like it's amplified because it's a weird magic beast thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's probably just like it's probably
I
literally
mean,
that like the
at that point, you
magic
could
mercury.
still, like, I don't know. There's probably still something out there that can cleanse the earth.
I mean, yes, there's probably ways, even if it just also takes some time.
There's probably some crazy bottom feeder fish that we could like introduce to the river to fix it slowly,
I mean,
or we could just use magic to probably fix it quicker.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's how we solve the problem with the Earth. We disintegrate the bad Earth. We go to the elemental plane of Earth and we drag some. I know it doesn't exist here, but this is mostly a joke. Although there's probably other ways to do this, similar to the Venophor I'm saying.
I should-
magic.
I think it's funny that there's just one of these on the ground bleeding into a river.
I mean, this is the thing, is I wanted to destroy it, but it's proof.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
The issue is like, I mean, Photoshop's not around. If you get Sam's camera and take a picture of it, like,
yeah,
get a newspaper and then take a picture.
I mean, we just need to
selfie with you in the newspaper. And
first, like we saw.
See, I understand what Joe's saying because, like, Raven Shade directly said, he has people that are trying to wrong him to the point that they will modify their own memories to make false claims. He said that, in case you didn't hear that.
Yeah, I remember that.
So,
it's just along the lines of technically
having physical, tangible proof is good. I could see maybe Joe should have like kicked it a little bit away from the river, but I mean the damage is done, so who cares?
I mean, here's the thing. At this point, by the time that it takes us to solve the problem, there won't be much change.
Yeah,
I'm
the
sure.
biggest issue is that this thing eats through magic. Like, we could have put it in some sort of magic box and taken it with us, but it would just eat through it in like an hour.
Oh, Joe, let's plane shift it to your plane.
No.
And then when Pedro walks in and sees all his farm life dead, Joe can just go, "Happy birthday, I know how much you love growing stuff, so I'm letting you grow stuff all over again."
Okay, now I'm joining the Dark Gods.
Joe, you're gonna hear that and not do that?
Be funny, but I'm not.
It would be funny. It's like funny.
I joined the Dark Gods, a meteorite falls right on top of the clan hall. Damn, what a lucky strike.
But you must understand that you might lose.
You join the Dark Gods and Apollo managed to make that planet they're trying to drop on Safe Haven hit only Pedro.
You need to remember where our currently limit rates come from, Vidr.
I'm sure there's a Dark God of luck, but yeah.
Probably be Loki, yeah, if we're talking. I don't know. Loki's more like making his own luck, I guess. Loki's a trickster. But so much of his stuff is like luck. Actually, no, let me see. What's that one story where he like tries to beat the dwarves? Yeah, he's not really a luck god. He's more like a screw people over god. You remember the thing with the dwarves where even after they like won, he was just like, I didn't say anything about my neck, just my head.
Oh yeah. I remember. I don't remember what.
No.
But the point of that was in the story, instead of just going off the idea that if he let everything be fine, it should have still have gone in his favor. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. Like rather than play it up for the idea of luck or unluck, he just went straight for trying to screw people over.
Yeah. Also, Joe, we can't have everyone do a joke about trying the Dark Gods and then tell me you're gonna die when I say it. And I know it's not everyone, just you and Steven, but you know.
No, Pedro, you die immediately because if your lucky turned off, your organs that failed long ago have nothing to run off. Remember that joke?
I'm trying to remember. Yeah. I remember the joke. I'm trying to remember why were my organs failing.
Because you
spent 8 days doing nothing but looking at
yeah, that part, yes.
Yeah, because
I was trying to
the
remember, like,
amount
what was the
of
thing that made them fail?
because the amount of time you spend sleeping is actually negative. It's like like you took sleep out of another universe to stay awake longer.
I
You
mean,
have
I most definitely probably spent some time sleeping on the demi-plane.
okay,
My
I'll
character's age
do.
is probably all over the place.
the time you
do.
spend sleeping is you're flying just somewhere and you're in the air going, oh, shh, shh.
I think there are animals who actually do that. Not to that degree,
No
but you know.
bird sleeps in the air.
Hmm?
No bird sleeps in the air.
So let me
But
rephrase it. I
but you
think there
know
is a
who
flying
does sleep
creature
in
that
the
does
ocean?
it.
A shark. Get a flying shark body. Go on.
I was just going to do the joke that probably what is actually happening with the reason he has negative sleep is because when he comes into the plane just to check on his things, he wakes me up.
I'd like to also point out,
Like,
Pedro, that besides the last downtime, you also had negative sleep in the other prior downtimes, including the original point where you could cast Restoration on yourself and you just use that to stay awake 24/7. So, yeah, you have negative sleep, dude. Now, that being said,
Next
wait,
downtime, I'm gonna take a week of sleep.
I was gonna say, to be fair, you are a person in like 100 years from now. Like, you know how people are like, you got to get on that grind set. Like, you grew up with that like religion.
I mean,
in your
yes.
heart.
Every hour not working, I was barely making the money to stay alive.
Exactly. So like you working as hard as you are now just shows that while these people are gamers, you're not a lamer. All right.
I mean, to be fair, don't forget the reason why I started playing the game in character was to solve my PTSD that was stopping me from actually, being better.
Yeah.
Not fully, because my character was still fucked in other ways, but
I believe I'm gonna head on out.
Yeah. Have a nice night, man.
also,
So again,
every time I try to open a link, it forces me to do something I don't want to, like accept this, and then it doesn't accept my accept. But there appears to be birds that do sleep while flying.
again, guys, use the downtime during the week so we don't forget. All right. So
Yeah.
until next time.
Bye.